Hello and welcome, folks, to the Ohlone College Fremont campus. This is the Runyon Complex / Runyon Field here on the Fremont campus of Ohlone College on the basin of Mission Peak in Fremont, California. My name's Armando Galan, and I have Bodie to my right. You are watching Ohlone College softball live here from the Aloney Athletics YouTube channel. And, folks, we are super excited to bring you this matchup between the Modesto City College Pirates and the Aloney College Renegades. Modesto City College coming in at a 3-7 record on the year, and the Renegades coming in at an 0-11 start to the season. And folks, today on the mound, it's going to be Townsend versus Pagsalingen. And Logan Pagsalingen back from the ankle injury today for the Aloney College Renegades. And that's going to be a huge thing for them because now they have 3 pitchers in their arsenal once again. They definitely felt the absence of Logan Pagsalingen a week ago in the 3 games that they played at home. Renegades were scheduled to play in Reedley, California against Reedley College, though was postponed due to the inclement weather that we had coming into the entirety of the state of California. A lot of rain coming in, so that'll be a little bit on the forecast, but hopefully not too much. Some key stats to talk about for the Aloney College Renegades. These are stats that nobody really wants to talk about, but someone's going to have to. They are 8th in team batting average. They are 7th in team pitching. And the Renegades also have 0 top 10 RBI hitters in the Coast. But that is a difference between 7 RBIs and 8 for Amanda Dilsaver in particular. She's 19th, tied for 19th in the Coast with 7. If she had 8, she would be in the top 10. So that's something to look forward to today for the Aloney College Renegades. And we're going to go with the Modesto lineup as well as the defensive alignment for the Renegades, and then we're going to take a quick break because it'll probably be national anthem time by then. So let's go ahead and take a look, folks. The lineup for today is going to start with Cali Secao, and then it's going to be Lucerda, the Isla Lucerda playing in right field. Matos playing at second base. Tyler is playing at left field and batting 4th. Hernandez is batting 5th at first base. You have Kilmek at catcher, and then you have Artstadt at designated player and batting 6th. Campbell at short and batting 7th. Sato is batting 9th in center field. And for the Aloney College Renegades, the defensive alignment left to right in the outfield, it's going to go Diaz, it's going to go Vigil, and Roman left to right in the infield. It's going to go Gilbert, Taimani, Araika, and Henry. Bowie in the flex and putting down the signs, and she's not in the active lineup for the Renegades, but you'll probably see her get some action maybe later on in the game depending on the circumstances. Let's go ahead with the weather, and then we're going to go straight into our talking points after the weather and after having the national anthem. The weather today, folks, it's going to be 45 degrees and highly windy. There are tons of wind coming in. It's saying 17 miles an hour due east. So that would be towards left field here on the Aloney College Fremont campus, blowing out to straightaway left field, which is extra added bonus for the right-handed hitters, which there are only right-handed hitters for the Renegades in this lineup besides Lily Roman. So Lily Roman would like to maybe try an opposite field approach today if she can. It's going to be mid-40s the entire way through with high wind conditions, maybe scattered rains here and there, a couple of rain clouds that are on their way out of here and up the coastline, due further east and south towards the Sierra Nevada mountains. Once we come back, folks, we are going to have quick talking points from Bodie Warden along with myself about X's and O's and what is worth taking a look at and keeping in mind moving forward as we progress through this game. So, folks, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back in about a minute or so after this quick break. Hello and welcome back, folks, to the Ohlone College Fremont campus. Armando Galan and Bodie Warden here live from the Fremont campus at the Runyon Complex at Aloney College. And, folks, we are ready to go here. The 0-11 Ohlone College Renegades still searching for their first win of the season. And, folks, I had a chance to meet up and talk with head coach Julie Marshall and assistant coach Ermy after the conclusion of the San Joaquin Delta game, which admittedly was actually a much better performance for the Renegades than we have seen against power teams like the likes of the Delta Mustangs. And to spare the details of a private conversation, there was a lot of desperation in that conversation with the two coaches about the way the team was responding to adversity, and we talk about how Julie Marshall's model is to talk or to play with purpose, and to play purposeful, and right now. We keep saying nothing left to lose in regards to this team. We keep saying soon to see improvement, but at 0-11, I think we're all kind of getting a little sick of the recycled talking points, and I'm going to have to do my job as an announcer to really highlight the situation in front of us. This team needs to take it personal. An 0-11 start is nowhere close to being good enough. They need to take it personal, and they need to take it personal right here in this very moment. With a quarter of the season in the rearview mirror, this team needs to shake things up in an unrecognizable way, and that starts with hitting. A team batting average at .233, the worst in the coast. The team, a team that does hit worse than the Ohlone College Renegades, however, is Modesto City College. Correction, Modesto College, who has a 230 team batting average currently. So right now is a golden opportunity for the Renegades. With a quarter of the season in the rearview mirror, they need to show up and show out in an unrecognizable way. This is really an opportunity for all these girls on the field right now to prove that they aren't what their record reflects and to be able to stand on that argument. And I don't know how you feel about that, Bodie Warden, but I hope that lights a fire under somebody today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been looking the same results basically every day. It's like clockwork. You're seeing a team that has the capability, they have the offense to be able to execute amazing games and put themselves ahead and rack a win on the board out of these last 11 games. But every game they play seems to be the same thing. It's one big inning, one problem where they're just not locked in on that the other team takes advantage of. And that's not a winning formula, so it's going to have to be a change, especially in this game and hopefully in conference play. When they start conference, they can change everything and start on a new leaf, turn a new page.
12:07, the first pitch time here from the Fremont campus was a pitch that was bounced to the plate, and it's 2-0 now as the 1-0 delivery missed the plate. 2-0 coming home, in there for a strike. Logan Paxalingen back from the ankle injury, and that's a huge confidence boost, I would say, for Aloney College, and a roster boost for them especially, missing one of their three big pitchers for the entirety of last week. So we're very happy to see Logan Paxalingen back as she fits inside to Saikau, the third baseman, who is ahead in the count right now. 3-1 is the count for her. Saikau is batting at .214 to begin play today. She lines this one to left field, pretty far and deep. It's gone, a home run. A leadoff home run for Saikau. And so talking about it, the wind is really going to push that out there. You wonder, without 17-mile-an-hour winds, if that might have had a chance. But home run of the season. It'll be the team third for the Pirates. And the Renegades are just going to have to just erase that from their memory and understand that that's what they have to do themselves. They have to have contact today. So good job by Saikau. She knocks across the first run of the game on the first swing of the bat.
What a start. You can't really ask for much more from a team. I mean, you just absolutely dominating to start the game. I mean, a leadoff home run is things you can only dream of, and as a program. I don't know how many home runs she has on the season, which appears to be just one. So, tally that, double that marker now to 2, and that's just perfect. Oh.
And here now is Lucerda, and Ayla Lucerda, the leading batting average hitter for the Pirates at .310. Batting from the left side. And wearing the number 30. She's playing in right field today. She's an outfielder-catcher combination. That's a rarity right there.
That is a rarity.
And she kind of slaps at it down the first baseline, and Paxalingen on the throwback to first base. It bounces, and Henry can't quite dig it out. And so I think you're going to just have to mark that a base hit, honestly. It looked like Lucerda was going to be able to beat out the throw anyway. She got a good jump out of the box. So good job by her on the slap bunt play.
Yeah, I think that was guaranteed going to be a hit. She's got some speed, and with that kind of the way, especially with the water right now that's on the field, because if you weren't aware.
Runner goes, and she's safe.
If you at home weren't aware, it was just raining a whole bunch this morning, and it was on and off. And that will impact the turf field significantly. It'll add a quicker ball speed on the ground. It'll kick up and be very aggressive to these infielders. But also when you're doing a dead slap bunt like that, it will die and sit in like a puddle of water practically. So that bunt was just placed right in the ground, and she was there in no time.
Yeah, it was perfect. It was just really, really simple. Get bat to ball, and The rest will handle itself. Cameron Matos, I should say, from Hillmar, California. Middle infielder and third base combination. She takes a strike there to make the count 2-1. And Matos this season, a 167 batting average. So right now, golden opportunity for her to erase the start and get into midseason form. She squares up for a late bunt, and it goes foul. And on the play, Lucerda was moving up to third base, so she's going to have to go back to second. And that's good to know now for the Renegades on the left side of the infield. There's a ground ball sharply hit enough. They might be able to have a play at third base. And Taimani, who plays shortstop over there for the Renegades, plays a good shortstop for the Renegades. And really, honestly, the most of the infield is the left side of the infield.
Yep. We've seen the least amount of errors and kind of the most tactically
coming
played.
Home. It gets behind Bowie. It's going to be likely there a wild pitch, I would say, because it bounced to the plate. Either a wild pitch or a pass ball, but all ends the same. Lucerda moves up another 60 feet, and she is now at third base with none out. Paxalingen looking for the strikeout. 2-2, or 3-2 rather. And it misses the zone, and it's ball 4. Rise ball wasn't there. And it's worth noting also, going back to the stats for the Renegades and being a little bit more critical today, it's worth noting it's not all bad. There are going to be some highlighted stats today that I'll mention that are stats for the Renegades to build upon, especially as individuals. And I know as the runner goes, Bowie caught between a rock and a hard place because she can't get the runner that's going without Lucerda getting off the bag and trying to score. So the Renegades are going to have to surrender 60 feet there and going to have to execute with pitches.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would see first and third no outs, and you almost know 100% that the runner's going to go because it's going to be a play of the opposing team playing chess by saying, we want you guys to throw down and give us a run. But as a defensive team, you want to make a play, make a scheme, as you see in a lot of baseball and softball at a high level. But I feel like here, with the conditions, with how kind of quick this team is, Modesto, I mean, it's hard to even draw up a play where you throw down. You just want to eat it. You don't want to trade in another run, especially after that leadoff home run.
1-2 coming home. Way up and out. Logan Paxalingen working that lower outer part of the plate. Got 2 calls with her breaking ball there. Let's see if she'll go to the well a third time in this at-bat. She does. It's grounded over to Arika at second base, and she bobbles it a little bit, but able to make the play on the flip back to first. Scoring is Lucerda to make it 2-0. And Matos did move up to third base as well.
Yeah, so the Renegades are really happy to trade an out for a run there. It might seem like, well, what are they doing? Why aren't they playing in? Why are you not protecting the run? But based off this team's season, all you got to do is get outs. Some of their biggest problems have been getting outs, and they just can't execute the simple outs when it matters.
Wild pitch that goes right back to the screen, and from the screen to Bowie's glove almost in an instant. So no chance to score a run there for Modesto.
Yeah, and if they're not getting outs, I mean, it's obvious, but if you're not getting outs, you're not winning, right? And if they can trade an out for a run, it's almost better in a sense for this team.
Grounded and through the glove of Arika. Covering there is Roman to get it back in the infield quickly. It's an RBI single for Hernandez.
And something kind of going back to the point, I mean, this is just a not even a nitpick, but just a little fun fact, throwing in something. We can see clearly, you can't probably see from the screen, folks, or from the from your screens at home, but with it being wet and with the turf being pretty damp out there, especially after all this rain, the ball will die after it's rolling. So the initial hit and the skid from, say there's a short one-hopper on a hardline drive, that is going to bounce aggressively. That's a quick skid. But once it rolls out there, the water gets absorbed in the ball, and it just kind of slows it down. So that ball, a week ago, would have gone to the fence in an instant. but it kind of stopped midway in the outfield and got cut off. So maybe that's something to think about here.
And subsequently, as we saw before, you get one in the air and the wind is going to take it. Bouncing to the plate, runner goes, and she'll be safe. Kilmick, the catcher today for Modesto City College. And the stats for, I keep saying Modesto City, it's Modesto Junior, my apologies, folks. Modesto Junior College, the stats for them are not available on their athletics website, but only available on the 3C2A. But players need to have a minimum of 2.5 plate appearances a game in order to be shown on the 3C2A. So there's quite a number of hitters that are not on the stat sheet for Modesto. And Kilmick being one of them.
Well, that makes sense because, I mean, when they walked in here and they were warming up in left field, me and some crewmates here were like, they look like they have a village of a team. They have numbers on numbers. I mean, how many girls do they have on that team?
Well,
it looked like 30. I mean, it was crowded out in left field.
They have just under 30. It's somewhere between 25 and 28.
Wow.
Line to right. Roman's there, and she makes the play. Nice job. Tagging up and moving to third there is going to be Hernandez. She'll get in safely. So it does move the runner, but now there are 2 out in the inning, and the Renegades really need to get out of this inning right now. Here now is Leah Altstadt. Now, might be Altstadt, but because I know German, and these are German syllables, Stadt meaning city in German, I'm going to be saying it with a German accent. Altstadt. So Leah Altstadt from East Union in Manteca, California. A lefty-righty combination. She throws right but bats left. First baseman and utility. Standing in at 5'2", a freshman for the Pirates. 1-0 coming home from Paxilingen. Grounded up the middle for a base hit. And this is exactly what Modesto really was talking about with me. They when I went to go grab the lineup card, they were saying they've been playing a lot of tough competition, and what they would really like is a fast start to this game, and that's exactly what they are getting. Up 4-0 here, and now with the 7th hitter to come to the plate, Katie Campbell.
And, I mean, on the other side, you know, the flip side of the coin here is you look at this, and it's 4-0, and you've only gotten, you know, you need one more out in the inning. This inning could still go on, but something that I enjoy and I like to see out of the Renegades here is there hasn't been an error, and there hasn't really been any free bases, any free passes that Paxilingen has given up. Sure, she walked the first hitter, but other than that, it's been kind of lights out in the zone. It's just this team is finding every spot to hit the ball, which continues pushing the line forward. You can't really blame yourself other than just giving hittable pitches.
And one of the talking points that we had off camera as a crew was the amount of times that the Aloney College Renegades were not giving their opponents a chance to earn it. Right now, Modesto has been given the chance to earn it. They have been bat to ball with with everything but the exception of one at bat. It's been base hit after base hit or a home run. And I mean, one extra base hit being the home run, which was the leadoff hitter, Seiko, rather, correction. And you know, Modesto's earning it. So you can't say, oh, it's all self-inflicted for the Renegades. They're not committing errors, like you said, partner. They're forcing contact, and Modesto is doing everything they can with those opportunities for contact on pitches. Popped up to left. And there is Diaz. She almost lost it there.
Yeah.
It popped out of the glove a little bit. It's a tough play to make, but she will make it for the final out of the inning. So, 7 hitters come to the plate. 4 of them score, 1 of them off of a home run, a leadoff home run here on the Fremont campus. So the Renegades have their work cut out for them. We'll be back in 30 seconds for the home half of the first. And we'll get you the lineup for the Renegades as well as the defensive alignment for Modesto City College or Modesto Junior College. And I'll X the city out of my broadcasting once we return from the break. 30 seconds, folks. Cody Townsend from Sonora, California, a 5'7" freshman, righty-righty combination is the pitcher today. And again, because the stats are coming from the 3C2A, in order to be on the 3C2A website, for pitchers, you need to have at least 1.5 innings pitched per game. So for Townsend's case, she does not have that on her stat sheet, so we do not know her stats, unfortunately. That information is unfortunately gatekept behind Modesto, which is also not entirely their fault.
Yeah.
3C2A should just be adding stat information for everybody. But that's neither here nor there. So let's get the defensive alignment for the Pirates. Tyler's in left field. In center field, it's Acedo. And in right field, it's Lucerda. And then Sakau, the home run leadoff hitter at third base. At shortstop is Campbell. At second base is Matos. At first base is Hernandez. And catching is Kilmick. And here now is Jayana Diaz, who's ahead on the count now, 1-0. Jayana Diaz, an Aloney College usually the leadoff hitter, and batting at 259 to start play today. In there for a strike.
If you're the Renegades and you're the coaching staff of the softball team here, guys, we have some time taken by the umpires.
And it looks like maybe there is a bit of a concern either with the mound or the windup.
I believe
from Townsend.
He's talking about the windup, pointing kind of directly to her feet placement here.
And so I guess that'll go as an official warning to Townsend.
And, I mean, even though it was probably a very innocent conversation letting her know she's missing something or she's putting her foot too far back or something along the lines, that can mess you up, as it just did right there. If I'm a pitcher and I'm in my flow, I've been taking 2 pitches, right, and then I can't even pitch my third pitch yet, and I'm already getting told what to do and what not to do. That'll mess with you mentally as much as you don't want it to. You're going to be thinking about your form, your execution, how you execute your pitches, and the difference between a good pitcher and a great pitcher is who can really break out of that adversity and who can ignore what was being said and wipe it and then be yourself right here.
2-2 coming home. Outside for a ball. 3-2 the count now. Jayana Diaz, a very good base runner for the Renegades. They would love to get her aboard right now, especially down 4-0 in the first inning. 3-2 coming home from Townsend. Up the middle, base hit. And Jayana Diaz, the 4th leading base stealer in the Coast currently, is at first base with Lily Roman due up next. And for Lily Roman, this season, she's been a strikeout victim more often than she probably wants to.
Agreed. And that may come, that may come from the only slap approach she has. If she doesn't like the pitch that she wants to hit, she takes it, and she's very open and honest about taking a lot of pitches. And that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if
This is down the third baseline, well bunted, and Diaz going to get to second, but a 5-3 ground out of Roman there. Roman, fourth most strikeouts in the coast right now.
not a good stat.
Plenty of time to improve. Here now is Sydney Henry.
Yeah, and I was just going to say before she bunted it, her slap approach results in her eye being extra strong with how she's taking a lot of pitches. If it's a pitch that's not necessarily in her zone, she will take it, which unfortunately is a problem because she ends up striking out looking a lot.
Sydney Henry. Foul back to the screen. A 241 hitter. And for the Renegades, we've been emphasizing contact. So far, 2 at-bats and 2 outcomes of contact. A putout and a base hit for the Renegades. They're a base hit away here from potentially scoring Diaz. Townsend with their 0-1 delivery home. Bounces to the plate.
Yeah, I was just thinking during our break between half innings here was you don't necessarily need to think of big inning or we're out of the game, but you kind of do. You need to put up at least 1 or 2 this inning to even have a fighting chance because we know.
Up in the air. Center field. Tough play, but making the play at second base and short center field is Matos.
And actually, to change points here, as we're talking about left field is getting the heavy assistance, you can kind of hit a pop fly and it'll fly in left. But to contrary that, right field is dying like I've never seen before. There was a ball previously in the first inning, top of the first inning, that was hit to right field that just died, and it practically dove to the ground. And that one seemed like it was going to get to shallow center field.
To the right side for Del Saver for a base hit. Diaz rounding third. The throw home. Cut off. It's an RBI single for Del Saver. And Del Saver came into today's game with a good amount of RBI, but the 8th most extra base hits in the game and 8th most base hits, in the coast, and 3rd most doubles in the coast. And you see why. She's a contact hitter. She has a very high contact rate. Here now is Taimani to left center field. Base hit. Renegade ambush tactic. Back to back. Now they got 2 runners on. Here now is Jasmine Araika.
I really hope that what Coach Julie Marshall and Coach Ermey were telling them during this last kind of week of break was attack early, because that's exactly what we've seen. Previously, the Renegades would get into a long at-bat and a long count and either strike out or put weak contact on it. And I think to give themselves an instant motivation boost is to just not even worry about the count and not even make it a count. Just swing.
And Araika, who's batting at .333 right now, would service as the potential tying run if she could get one really, like a good get around one really well. My goodness, I can't English properly. And put one over the wall. 0-1 coming home as she fouled off her 0-0. Back to the screen it goes. And that one had eyes for Bodie Warden.
Right in the center of my head if there was no screen here. Thank goodness for screens. Actually, it wouldn't have been the center of my head because I would have caught it. How
or
about
maybe
that?
the grill would have caught it right here. 0-2 the count. Townsend a pitch away here from getting out of this inning. High and outside, and Rika, good job there taking that pitch. And Julie Marshall yelling, compete, kid, compete, Araika. 1-2 the count now. Jasmine Araika looking for contact. Here it comes home from Townsend. Outside for a ball.
Yeah, this is a great at-bat. I mean, this is exactly what I was just saying about a minute ago, was that they need to not get into a count, because when they're in a count that long elongates their at-bat, it's worse for them. And this might be the case, but so far she's working the count perfectly.
2-2 coming home. In there, strike 3 called. That's going to be a corner for these right-handed hitters that is going to be called. Very early on, you can already tell. Logan Pagsalingen on the mound got a few calls like that got a couple of heads turned on Modesto, and now you're getting a couple of heads turned on the Aloney side, but that's going to be called both ways, so you got to protect it if you're a hitter. Now you know. Renegades able to push across 1 after surrendering 4 in the first. We're going to head into the second. 4-1, Pirates lead. Here we are in the top end of the second inning. It's 4-1, Modesto Junior College. Stop saying city, Armando. My goodness. And, folks, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. This is going to be one of 2 games that we have, a doubleheader here on the Fremont campus of Aloney College. And it's been a cold week here in the Bay Area.
Very cold.
Very cold week in the Bay Area. I even saw on the news there was some snowfall in the Bay Area. What in the world?
I heard about it.
Mission Peak should have some snowfall also, but we can't see the peak from here, and I didn't even think to look before I got here.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I woke up to, nearly a hurricane in my backyard and a tornado of how windy it was. It was howling it must have been 30 to 40 plus mile an hour winds, Gus, that were just aggressive and couldn't stop being windy. It was insane. It was a noise. I was like, what the heck's going on at like 6:30 in the morning? It's one way to start your day.
So I want to really quickly make a correction. There were 8 hitters who came across the plate, and 4 of them scored for Modesto. So 8 hitters came across the plate, 4 of them scored. And this is now Acedo, the center fielder, who is hitting. Thank goodness I didn't say Campbell yet. Campbell finished the inning with a fly out to left field. Oh, boy. That's what it was. All right, we got all of my memory jogged properly. I'm going to go ahead and use the one excuse saying, unfortunately today I'm under the weather. So that's my one excuse, folks. Even if I wasn't under the weather, I'd still probably would have missed it. 3-2 the count now.
You get something to excuse it off of.
To left field, and Diaz had a rough read on it, but makes the play. What a catch out in left field.
And that's exactly our point of this win. That ball was not, it was hit well, but short. It wasn't even threatening going past the left fielder Diaz, and all of a sudden she's making a running backwards over the shoulder catch on a line drive. The wind is pushing it and rising the ball up with nothing we've ever seen this season so far. So the lefties are going to enjoy oppo power, and the righties are going to enjoy pull power here today.
Seiko now ready to have her second go of it. And her first attempt on a 3-1 pitch, she said hello to the communication department out in left field. And bounced it off of the walls of the communication department for a leadoff homer.
An absolute bomb. If you're a leadoff hitter, that's what you dream of, is hitting a leadoff home run. To start up 1-0, and you get to say, yeah, I'm 1 for 1 with a home run.
Also, shout out to the Aloney College Communication Department, a communication department that is even more revered than some California State University departments. Now, that's what connections can do for you, folks. Don't sleep on JUCOs. 2-0 the count now. Rise ball in there for a strike. Up and in, a little tight, but over the plate and below the letters for a strike. Here comes another 2-1. late bunt attempt there that goes back foul to the screen. So it's 2-2 now.
And I think that we can tell just from the bunt attempts and how much this team is running so far, they're a quick team. Modesto Junior College, I mean, they're speedy. We just saw she put that bunt down right there, leadoff hitter, and got to first extremely fast. Even if that was a fair ball, there wouldn't have been much of a play.
2-2 bounces to the plate, and it's 3-2 now. And so Seiko, a middle infielder, freshman, righty-righty combination. 3-2 coming home from Logan Paxalingen. It is popped up to the right side and out of play. Say hi to the clubhouse over there.
That's number 2 now. Dongs on the clubhouse.
And to think there was a time where that clubhouse had no dents in the roof.
Yep. Pristine condition for probably not that whole entire season it got built. Probably 3 days later it got a dent in it.
So we're going to reset. 3-2 coming home again from Logan Paxalingen. Looking for a put-away pitch. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. And we did mention that outer half was being called, but that was in the other batter's box.
Yeah, that wasn't, I mean, maybe from the right side where the Renegades team was, they might have thought it was closer than it was, but back here right behind the plate, we can tell. We have a pretty good grasp of what the zone looks like, especially from the umpire here, and it was pretty outside. If that was called, that would have been interesting.
Lucerda followed up the home run from Sakau on the first inning with a base hit on a slap bunt. And Macau is going to move up to second on a stolen base.
Following that stolen base, I would imagine every single runner on this Modesto lineup is going to be stealing second. I haven't seen anybody come up to the bat that's not looked speedy. And if you can steal, why not? It's just putting you.
Runner goes to third, and Gilbert was playing in there to try and cover the bunt, so nobody was at third base as Taimani had to get on her horse and go cover. And moving up is Sakau down to third base, and she can be sacrificed over with 1 out still in the inning. So this is a strikeout situation now for Logan Paxalingen, 1-1. Inside, 2-1.
Wind starting to pick up here, continuing to push out left field, right in our backs as we're broadcasting here. So put up the hoodie and block the neck from being cold.
2-1, grounded over to first base and making the play at first, not in time. And Lucerda is going to move up to second because nobody was there. So no error to speak of. It's a base hit, but a mental error for the Renegades allows a run to score, no put out to be picked up, and nobody covering second base, so Lucerda moves up to second. Wow. That's
very frustrating as a spectator because that's almost what you call a Little League play. That's where the inside the park bunts happen, and it's a play that I know Coach Julie Marshall's upset that resulted in a run and a runner at second because I would bet a lot of money they practice that every single day.
You might say worst case scenario there for the Renegades, but I mean, honestly, the only thing that could have been worse is if whoever had the ball, whether it was Henry or whoever, threw the ball. That's in the center field for a base hit. Lucerda is not going to test Sienna Vigil.
Which would have worked out well because Vigil actually fumbled it completely in center field. She picked it up, was going to make a throw in and dropped it. But I think Renegades get a break there from a bad read for the runner, Lucerda.
And Julie Marshall's going to come out to the field, and we are going to have a pitching change. So for Logan Paxalingen coming out of the injury, it's just a rough go of it for her. Coming back from the ankle injury, and Sienna Vigil will come in to relieve her of her duties in this game 1. And the Renegades, I mean, frustratingly so, and I emphasize frustratingly so, trail 5-1 as we signal for the break. We'll be back in 30 seconds to tell you the defensive changes. So going to center field is going to be Logan Pagsalingen, and Sienna Vigil trading her center field duties for pitching duties with Logan Pagsalingen. So they're just going to swap positions, and those are the only defensive changes. Here now is Tyler. That is Brianna Tyler from Sierra. And runner goes. No throw. Pump fake back to third base to no avail.
So this is where I do wish, as a fan of the team, is there was a play for this with the first and third, because I don't know how much you guys could tell, she quite literally walked to second base. She jogged with the most slow pace, looking for a throw, and all Modesto's looking for is the Renegades to throw the ball down so they can try to advance a runner from third.
Yeah, they're willing even just to trade the out for the run at this point.
Exactly. And if you're the Renegades, you should know that and have a play where either the shortstop or second baseman cuts off the throw, and as the runner breaks, you come home and you're out. I wish there was a play for it, but obviously there's circumstances where you don't necessarily need to, and I think that's right here. I think Julie Marshall wants the out and wants the security of not giving up any more runs.
So that 2-0 missed, and it's 3-0 now to Tyler. And that pitch now called a strike.
3-1, I mean, you got somewhere to put her, but you don't want to load the bases because you can almost have the sense that there's going to be a hit sooner or later.
And that will be a walk, and here now is Hernandez.
Hopefully this at-bat was just Vigil being able to settle in and take a deep breath and realize, okay, it's serious. I mean, sure, I missed the strike zone, maybe a few calls swayed here and there, but you've got to pound the zone, and at this point, put it over the heart of the plate. No reason to walk, no reason to give up lousy pitching when you just need to let them do the hitting and let them do the work.
The 1-0 went home to Hernandez and missed the zone. Mia Hernandez awaits, and it's up and out. 2-0 now.
Mia Hernandez, something kind of cool. She has blue hair that's dyed. So that's kind of interesting, supporting her blue Modesto Junior College team. I feel like I wish overall athletes, men's and women's, did that more. I know that there's a tradition in baseball when you get to the postseason of bleaching your hair as the whole entire squad. You all bleach your hair and you play like that. But I've seen some professional players, like, for example, Jawan Jennings, Niners wide receiver, dyes his hair red.
3-0 is in there for a strike. Nowhere to put Hernandez. A middle infielder at third base, first base combination.
Wind really picking up on our backs here. Getting a little chilly.
Swung on and missed there. Hernandez really wanted to get one up with the wind blowing the way it is, and I can't blame her. Right now is the perfect time to be a right-handed hitter.
If I were Vigil,
I'm a switch hitter. 3-2 misses the zone, and that'll walk home a run.
I was just going to say, if I were Vigil, I wouldn't necessarily go inside. If you're facing in this wind and a righty up, you got to pound outside because, as we were saying, right field is dying. It is absolutely dying the baseball and resulting in practically a topspin ball every single time it hits. So if you're pitching, you got to locate outside or to a lefty inside just to result the ball in going to the right side of the field.
So for the base runners, it's Matos at third base, Tyler at second, Hernandez at first, and now Kilmeck hitting. We're in the number 19. That's my favorite number. In there for a strike.
Is there a story behind that, or is it just always been your favorite?
It used to be because of Debo Samuel. That really was because of that. But later, Debo Samuel turned out to be who he was. And on top of that, it's because the 19th is my birth date. Henry in foul territory makes the play. Yeah, I'm born on October 19th.
Wow.
So 19 is my favorite number. And the 19th year of my life was also one of my best years.
Nice. That's good. So in 8 months, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Today is the
I will
19th.
be 25 years old and on my way to camping.
Holy unk.
Yeah. My My friends and I actually have already talked about this because now this is slightly going to get a little dark, but life expectancy for men is 75 years old.
I
And
did
that's
not know
for
that.
average healthy individuals.
I did not know
and
that.
let's just say this much: I'm not an average healthy individual. So that is a third of my life gone, and I've always wanted to go camping with a bunch of friends, and do the actual legitimate camping. Like, don't go to a camping site. Go find somewhere in the woods to go camping. And me and my friends, we're all gonna make sure that happens for my 25th.
I mean, that sounds great. Yeah, that's so cool.
Outshot hitting, and she is behind in the count 1 and 2. I cannot wait. It's been something we've been wanting to do for years. 1-2 coming home to left field and foul. No destination yet. I'm thinking it's probably going to be somewhere near the Sierra Nevada mountains, though.
Yeah.
Because there's good fishing spots there, and there's also good community spots that you can hike to and hike from. So, not too sure yet. Could also be Tahoe that we choose. You have no idea. And so, Altstadt still behind in the count 1 and 2. Here it comes. Good sliding stop there by Sam Bowie to save a run potentially from scoring.
I wish I could paint the picture, or you guys could see at home what us and all the fans look like here. We are bundled up, hands in pockets.
Yeah, you would
shivering.
You would see like the sunlight and think, "Oh, what a nice day." Nope.
Yeah, it is freezing. You couldn't put a better word other than freezing on what it is right now.
Just to give you guys an idea, I have gloves on. I have a throat sleeve on to keep my my throat warm and my vocal cords warm. A beanie and a comebacker over to Sienna Vigil back to first in time for the out. So the Renegades only surrender 2 runs. When we are back, folks, got an interesting fact for you when you come back. All right, 30 seconds, and we'll be back. All right, folks, we are back here on the Aloney College Fremont campus. And speaking of Fremont, my sister and her husband recently moved here into Fremont from South Hayward. So,
nice.
I mean, that's such a huge, 10-minute drive
I know,
and all.
exactly.
But
Big
Fremont is, folks, a huge difference compared to South Hayward. Fremont ranked on Wallet Hub as the #1 city in America with a happiness rating score of 73.54 out of 100. Crazy how that's only going to barely get me a degree if I score that in all of my tests, but can give a city the #1 city in the freest country in the world. Question mark? Anyways, leading the country in emotional and physical well-being, as well as 4th in community and environment. Welcome to Fremont, folks.
Yeah.
Cameron Gilbert now.
Well, and that makes me pose the question: what's the unhappiest city in the country?
Ooh,
Where's
that's
a place
interesting.
that
Interesting.
everyone
I
is
wonder
just
if it's in California.
depressed? I don't know. I'm thinking probably
South Dakota. Swung on and missed there by Gilbert.
Is that the lowest population, or is it North Dakota?
I'm assuming it would be somewhere in a big city, big place, just because of
Huntington, West Virginia. No, that's not even correct. Cleveland, Ohio would be the worst rated city in America. Cleveland, Ohio. Ranked 182 out of 182.
The jokes make themselves. I
Oh,
mean, come
man,
on.
Poor Cleveland. Man, bring Cleveland a winning team. Shout out Rocco Amarata. My goodness. How can I forget?
Hello.
How can I mispronounce my own roommate's name? Shout out Rocco from Aloney,
Yep.
or from San Diego State.
And Rocco, 6-1 in the top of the second. You got that right.
Yep. Gilbert 3-2 the count. Fouled off. Good job there by Gilbert to get a piece of it and stay alive.
Yeah, Rocco, I bet you wish that was edited. I bet you wish that wasn't the real score.
I bet you wish it was planned that I messed up your name also. He's probably sitting in the living room right now thinking to himself, he's having a conversation with me from over 500 miles away.
Yep.
Through a broadcast. 3-2 coming home again. Gilbert to left. Oh, my goodness. What a play there by Sakau.
Have a day,
Oh,
Sakau.
my goodness.
Wow.
A homer, and now that.
Oh, my
Just a
goodness.
complete self-defense play on a smoked line drive right back up the left field side. Oh, my
You
goodness.
couldn't have hit that harder. I mean, that was destroyed. And she just was in the right position at the right time with her glove sitting right there and caught it in an instant.
If that exit velocity off of Gilbert's bat wasn't in the triple digits, that was the closest a Renegade has gotten all year long.
Had to have been. That was roped off of the bat, especially
my
hot corner. I
goodness.
mean, you got 60 feet to react to a ball probably going, 80 miles an hour? 85?
It was fast enough to blink and miss it.
Yeah, it was.
That's about as quick as you can get. Logan Pagsalingen heading in the count 2-0. Here comes the 2-0 home. Up to left and deep. Way back there. Bye, baby. Logan Pagsalingen coming back from the ankle injury a week ago with a home run in her first opportunity to swing the bat this season from the injury. Her first base hit of the game, her first contact of the game. It goes over the wall, and that is a huge home run for the Renegades. A sign of life for them.
Wow.
And I can finally say it, folks. I can finally say it. That is the first Ohlone College home run I have seen at home in my entire tenure for softball.
Yeah, that.
Beforehand, the only home run hitter that I saw was on the road, funny enough, at Solano College against Solano College. This is into right field and fouled. Good attempt over there at right field by, oh goodness, Lucerda. But, yes, going back to that real quick, Tulsa Carnes, a name from 3 years ago, was the only home run hitter that I had seen from the Aloney College softball Renegades up until that very moment from Logan Pagsalingen.
Wow.
So huge for her. Sienna Vigil now to hit. Sienna Vigil up to left field and deep. Are they back to back? Bye, baby! Sienna Vigil following up the home run from Logan Pagsalingen. Another solo shot for the Renegades. More signs of life. More battling. Oh, my goodness. That is much needed. Back-to-back home runs for the Renegades.
Wow.
Incredible.
Talk about execution of power. I mean, we haven't seen a home run in years here. I mean, maybe even the first at home in I can't even imagine how long. And you go back-to-back like that? Wow.
And we keep saying it, folks. It's just a matter of getting a bat to the ball today. The wind is blowing like crazy out to right field. I mean, the American flag, you guys can see it in left field just ever so slightly under the score bug on the left corner of your screen. It is blowing straight out. This is the hardest wind that we have had blowing out the outfield in years here at Ohlone College. So usually the wind blows in because of how the field is angled. Here now is Gianna Diaz. She's up in front there with a breaking ball. And for Townsend, right now, ultimate opportunity for her to show her toughness and prove her toughness to her teammates. So she's got to look at it like that. It's really hard to bounce back from back-to-back jacks, but she does it there with a strikeout. It's a drop third strike and a throw back to first in time, but that is a great response out of Townsend in her own right. Good strikeout.
Number 14, Lily Roman.
Here now is Lily Roman. Lily Roman getting pitched outside and takes it for a ball. 1-0. Roman now with the 1-0 delivery home. Back over to Townsend. Townsend makes the play, but she lost her footing on the play, and a bit of a rough one there for her. She lost her footing, and it's worth noting, folks, it probably is still damp. The mound is the only part of the field that has actual dirt. So it is still damp on the mound right now, and it probably was her footing giving out on her. And I do not have the heart in me to hang up Townsend for an error on that play. She did nothing wrong, so we're going to call that a base hit. And just unfortunate for Townsend.
Yeah, that was, I mean, wasn't necessarily the greatest bunt we've seen Roman put down. And it was just kind of right back as a comebacker practically, but falling down like that gives Lily all the space to make a play because she's incredibly fast.
And so for Lily, it will be an infield single, and she is one of the fastest base runners for the Renegades. Has been picked off one time, though, at least to what we've seen. Could be more. Hopefully not. Henry calling time there late, and it's granted by the home plate umpire. And Sydney Henry playing the game at her pace. This is the ultimate time now for the Renegades to play the game at their pace. They have momentum for the first time today. Here it comes. Roman goes. Swung on and missed. The throw to second. Not in time. It's a stolen base for Roman.
I'm loving how this team is playing right now. Having energy, I mean, with two big flies, that's something you love to see. And then on top of that, continuing this inning with a stolen base that we've rarely seen from the team here. Having a easy stolen base, continuing to push the line. And if Henry can get a hit here, you're scoring another run.
And it goes back to what I said earlier at the beginning of the game, which was taking it personal. Back-to-back jacks, that's taking it personal. The ball gets behind the catcher, and the throw back to third base is wide. Roman comes all the way around to score. From second to third to home. And the Renegades now trail by 2. It's 6-4.
Complete miscue, really, by the catcher there. She had the time to make the play at third, but I think she turned around and just missed her cue. It seemed she was aimed not even close to the bag.
Roman fouled off to the right side. 2-2 still to count. There are 2 out in the inning, by the way. 2 out in the inning, and the Renegades still have a rally going. This is a huge inning for them as far as momentum-wise, as far as a sign of life-wise, huge inning for them. 2-2. In there, strike 3 called. But not before the Renegades would score 3 of them. 2 off the back of a back-to-back homers from Paxilingen and Sienna Vigil. Then Lily Roman coming around to score on a throwing error by Klimek. It is 6-4, Modesto to respond in the next 30 seconds. The Renegades with the biggest offensive inning morale-wise. 2 big flies coming from the pitcher Sienna Vigil and the other pitcher in this game, Logan Paxilingen, who is playing in center field now, bringing the Renegades back in this game seemingly, as Campbell is going to pop this one up to Gilbert. Gilbert makes the play. Good talk over there on the left side of the infield.
Yeah, this is the Renegades team that we haven't seen quite yet. This is a team who is rallying and being aggressive in a way that we haven't seen them play yet, and this is exactly how they can win games. If they can continue to just be aggressive,
Sato with the bunt, but it goes foul.
Hit great home runs. It doesn't even need to be a home run every time either. It can just be moving the line, moving the chains, as you should say, for the team. And if they can continue to do that, this game is very much in their power to win.
Bunting attempt on a pitch way outside there. And Acedo now behind in the count, 0-2. Liliana Acedo from Atwater, California. An outfielder. Takes her 0-2. Up and in. And it's 1-2 now. I mean, what an incredible response from the Renegades there. I try not to harp on it as an announcer, but it's incredible. Gilbert knocks it down but can't make the play there. It's a bit of a bad hop for her, so it'll be a base hit scored on the line score for Acedo. And for Gilbert, another chance awaiting her at some point in this game. So good piece of hitting from Acedo. She will be 1-2 now. And here now is Sekau, who is 1 for 1 with a home run. Runner goes. Bowie, good throw. Not in time. Here comes the 0-1 coming home now. Square up to bunt, but a pullback there late because the pitch was outside, and it's 1-1. Seiko now. Oh, wait. Her 1-1. Here it comes. Squaring up to bunt again, but it is a pass ball for Sam Bowie. And on the play, Acedo is going to move up to third. This is a huge, huge run for Modesto just to get 1 on the board after surrendering 3 in the home half of the second to try and increase the lead that they still have. Once leading by 5, now leading by 2. And this would, if this run does come around, a score would come off the back of a few Ohlone College mistakes. By the way, Savannah, I think both teams should have an error. So, 0-2 now the count. Sakawa waiting, her 3-2. Here it comes home. Back to the screen, it's fouled. Here comes the 3-2 home. Outside for a ball.
I mean, Vigil's going to have to dig deep here, as we know she can. She's one of the most mentally tough players on this field, and physically tough too. She has a dog in her that no one's really reached quite yet, and we know if it's anyone, she can come out of this inning without giving up a run and continue the high gameplay that the Renegades are having with the bats next inning.
Lucerda, the batter now, and that pitch is outside, and I think you're going to have to call that a pass ball on Bowie, as that was off the glove, and on the play, Sakau is able to move up to second. Lucerda, the lefty, yet to be retired in this game, batting 1,002 base hits on the game. Inside. Count now 2-0. Here it comes. Low and inside.
3-0, you do have somewhere to put her, but as we said before, bases loaded just puts so much pressure on you as a pitcher because you can't walk in a run.
In there for a strike. And also, you really can't give in right now because Renegades, I mean, they could surrender too, and that surrenders a majority of the runs that they just picked up.
Mm-hmm.
So, for Sienna Vigil right now, she needs to try and find a way to retire Lucerda without allowing a run to score, and that means missing the bat, trying to get a strikeout. And so she's going to walk Lucerda, and now it's going to be anybody play at any bag here with Matos to hit now. Matos yet to be retired also. She has a walk and a hit. That later scored a run. She's an RBI and a run scored on both of her opportunities on base.
If you're the Renegades here, you don't want her up. I mean, you don't want most of this lineup up, as they have put 6 across the plate. But you don't want someone who's already feeling hot and feeling themselves in the box. And all you got to hope for and play for is a ground ball here. I mean, it'd be nice to get a strikeout, but the way these previous at-bats have been going, strikeouts aren't easy to come by. So if you can get the ball on the ground, let the defense do the work, rely on your defense, then this inning could be over right here.
In there for a strike. Good first pitch to Matos, the batter. Cameron Matos from Hillmar, California. A middle infielder, third base combination, righty-righty freshman at 5'4". Here comes her 0-1. Bouncing to the plate. Bowie keeps it just about in front of her enough to not entice any runners to move up. And you would have to think here that the Pirates are going to play it a little bit conservative because they just want contact right now.
Yeah, they're not looking for anything huge. They're just looking to continue adding runs.
If they get contact, they might get aggressive on the base pads as Matos is behind in the count now, 1-2. This is the ultimate opportunity for Sienna Vigil to try and pick up that elusive strikeout. Here it comes, 1-2. Outside and fouled to the right side. Any play in the infield would likely be going home and then to first. Here with the bases loaded.
Yep.
And the outfield, depends on where it's hit. Grounded and fouled to the left side. And I said that before the call was even made on the
Yeah.
field, so I was playing with fire there.
Yeah, that was a close one. That was
really
right
close. That was
down
not
the
as
line.
close as I made it seem.
It started fair. It was in fair territory until the last second, kind of scooted just left of the bag. And for anybody at home, confused or wondering what that ruling is, the ball has to cross the plane of the bag in the air. And so say there's a line drive that ends up
1-2. Outside.
landing foul in the outfield, but say it's like a hard ground ball, lands just at the third baseman, but skirts way foul, but it happened to pass the bag in fair territory. It's a fair ball.
Here comes the 1-2 home. Matos fouls this one off to the right side. In play, Henry makes it. So now there are 2 out with Tyler coming up now. Brianna Tyler servicing as the potential last opportunity to score runs for Modesto here in this top end of the third. Rise ball missing the zone.
I think if you're Modesto too, you're hoping to at least put up 1 or 2 here, but ideally you want to match the Renegades' 3. You're up 6-1 going into that bottom half, and the Renegades cutting the lead in half. Putting up half the runs in that inning, and you would like to match it, if not exceed it. But maybe with 1 out, you're hoping to match it, but maybe with 2, you're just hoping to put it in play. I mean, the right fielder Lily Roman is playing very far right on the line.
In there for a strike. Good pitch from Sienna Vigil. Outer half where that is getting called. She fits it right into that spot. Paint. 2-1 coming home. Just missed it there. Looked like either a slider or a screwball, one of the two.
Yeah, and now with nowhere to put her, this is a big pitch. This is the classic hitter-pitcher duel. You have a 3-1 count. The hitter's looking to swing, but the pitcher, you got to throw it in the strike zone.
3-1 coming home. That's ball 4, and a run will score. And these are the runs that the Renegades have to avoid. There are 2 runs that have been scored via the walk. And those are huge because you're talking about the difference of a 1-score game. The game would have been tied in this current moment, actually.
Yep.
So for Modesto, that's huge for them, but for the Renegades, a big minus. Now inside to the batter, Hernandez for a strike. 0-1 the count now. Mia Hernandez from Tracy, California. 0-1 to Taimani, in and out of the glove. 1 run will score, a second scores, and Hernandez goes to second for a double. And so that erases the biggest inning of the season for the Renegades. We're right back where we started.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was just saying. Modesto was hoping to match it with 3, and there it is. They did it with 2 outs, and with this pace of Hernandez's swing of the bat, who knows what this next hitter could do here. If there's a ball in play, it's probably scoring 2.
Klimek swinging the bat now, who had an error that allowed Lily Roman to score. And she would love to make up for that error herself with 1 in the gap to put her teammates further ahead. Inside with the 0-1 delivery, and it's 1-1. And again, just get the ball in the air. That is the key to winning today, is whoever has more contact. So far, it's Penn Modesto, as that caught a piece of everybody right there on that foul back. And third base coach going to call time.
Let everyone kind of reset here. I mean, anytime it clips the umpire in any way, everyone kind of wants to take a reset and let the umpire catch their breath. But luckily, I mean, we could tell it was just a simple little foul off the shoulder. It wasn't even, it hit ground first. It wasn't that big of a deal.
You know what's interesting too? Usually in colder games like this, there's less offense because in colder games it favors the pitcher because nobody wants to be out there hitting the ball. But today, it's been the opposite.
Yeah, it's the most offense we've seen the Renegade put up.
1-2 coming home. Inside and fouled off. And Kilmick getting the adjustments from the third base coach. She's got her marching orders here with this 1-2 delivery home from Sienna Vigil. The second 1-2, here it comes. Outside for a ball.
It's a good take there. 1-2. You need to expand the zone and two-strike protect, as they say all the time. Choke up on the bat, get in your load early, and protect the zone. And that's just a great take. Way to spit on it, ignore the ball, and lead you to a 2-2 count.
2-2 home. Grounded over to Araika. Araika bobbles it, flips it back to first, not in time. And 2 runs score on the play. Aggressive base running coming from Tyler at second base, and that is disaster for the Renegades.
I mean, plain and simple, they couldn't afford that. You did exactly what you needed to do as Vigil, working the count well, and being able to produce a weak ground ball, a pretty simple play, weak ground ball that just ate up the second baseman, number 1, and there's not much else to do but, hope that Vigil can ignore it, maybe pick her teammate up and execute a good strikeout here, hopefully.
Lily Roca is going to be running the bases for the catcher Kilmick, or Klimek, rather.
As the pinch runner, comes in, what I've been noticing is they have some kind of watch technology they've been doing. I don't know if that's an Apple Watch with plays on it or
I think it might be PitchCom.
Or PitchCom or something, but it's been on their wrist, on every starting player's wrist so far. It's just been a little watch instead of a big sleeve.
So as the runner goes, she's safe standing up. It's a substitution what's the word? It's a substitution for signs to help prevent sign stealing.
I guess it's kind of the same thing as the arm sleeves you see from a lot of people.
Yep.
We actually saw a team recently that the Renegades played. Everybody, including their bench team or bench players, had a sleeve, and every single pitch they would look down and see what's coming up. It was pretty impressive.
Outstop. Actually, this is 24, and it's right center field for her and extra bases. That was Michaela Alima. And Alima with a RBI double. And that really is seemingly taking the win out of the sails for the Renegades.
Yeah, you had such a great bottom inning, back-to-back home runs, and an ability to just put up some runs that we haven't seen the Renegades put up in all season practically with home runs. And then you come to the top of the third hoping to extend your confidence with a good inning. But putting up 6 is just the storybook year for this team so far. Has been 6 runs in an inning. And giving up 4 in the first, 6 in the third, 2 in the second, that's just a problem waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's a problem waiting to happen, and it's a problem that has been happening for the Renegades for seemingly too long. The big inning, the vaunted 3-headed dragon that the Renegades can't seem to escape.
Exactly. Shout out the movie Hercules.
Yeah,
Just wanted to throw that out there.
And you might be wondering back at home, what is the 3-headed dragon? Uncompetitive pitching, errors, and uncompetitive play in the field.
There you go. Or the boss fight in Hercules.
This is popped up by Campbell to center field. Paxton Lingen's there. That'll end the inning. And so for the Renegades, they can't help but feel like, dang, this is the exact scenario we had to avoid. So they're swinging the bats, and they're going to need to pick up a lot of them. Now trailing by a total of 8 runs. It's 12-4 here on the Fremont campus. We're back here on the Ohlone College Fremont campus. This is Armando Galán and Amanda Del Saver, Taimani, and Arika all due up for the Renegades. And right now, the point of emphasis for the Renegades is 150% contact. Right now, the contact rate for Modesto is higher than the contact rate for the Renegades, and you see what the score looks like. 12-4 in favor of the Pirates as that pitch is well outside, but call for a strike. Del Saver does have home run power, but still looking for one this season. She swings and misses there, and it's 0-2. And so far, Townsend, after giving up the back-to-back homers, seemingly making the adjustment, relying more on her off-speed pitches. This is popped up to right field. Pretty deep out there, but making the play is Lacerda for the first out of the inning.
And you know what? With that swing by Del Saver, that was a pop and a powerful swing she had going oppo taco there. But I'm telling you, the wind is dying the ball down in right field. Right field, it is a no-fly zone in right field right now.
Here now is Kiara Taimani.
If you're a hitter and you're looking for any help by Mother Nature out here, it's going to be left field. Center field, kind of, but right field is a death trap if you're a hitter.
Taimani came into today's game batting at 167. She has a hit today also, so that batting average has gone up. With a second opportunity to get a hit here, could go up even higher. 3 RBI on the season. She's seen 24 at-bats. This is her 26th now. She had her 25th earlier in the game. She's out in front of that off-speed. The Renegades not picking up the off-speed.
That's been a story all year, honestly. There was a pitcher recently, I was just watching that game recap, and there was a pitcher that threw a changeup that was probably 40 miles an hour that the Renegades touch. There wasn't a ball put in play off of that ball. So that's been something that the Renegades need to work on if they're going to continue to try to rack up a win in the win column this year.
2-2 ready to come home from Townsend. She kicks, she deals. It's up to right field. Lacerda is there. She had to break back in and makes the play on her knees for the second out of the inning. And again, I'm going to say it. Our Aloney fan base is going to get frustrated with this because we bring it up almost every broadcast. Nothing is safe in the air, especially today.
Yep.
I mean, it is tough to play in the outfield if you are an opposing player. Lacerda showing that, but also showing off that she is an incredible outfielder.
Yeah, it looked routine out there. Like, that was just a weak fly ball to right field that, on any day could have been, it's easy, whatever. But especially today with the dead zone in right field from that wind pushing it down, the right fielder had to run in and make a sliding catch rather than just a routine, can of corn.
0-1 coming home to Arika. It's outside for a ball. Arika batting at .333 when she began play today. Only 6 at-bats. She was battling back from an injury earlier on in the year. Now getting more opportunities to start for the Renegades. She takes outside for a ball. 2-1. Jasmine Arika wearing the number 1, a freshman for the Renegades. Out of Albany High School. Fouled off inside, and it's 2-2. The Renegades would really not enjoy being retired 1-2-3. So Arika gotta dig down deep here. She fouls back to the screen. The 2-2 ready to come home. Here it comes. Up to right field. But in foul territory at first base. Hey, now almost a collision there at first base but Hernandez doing a good job to stay with it. And so for the Renegades, they're in danger of the run rule becoming in effect. They got 2 innings to rectify that. Got to pitch well here and play good defense. We'll be back in 30 seconds. We're back here on the Ohlone College Fremont campus. I'm Romano Galan, and you are watching Aloney Softball live on the Aloney Athletics YouTube channel. Jeanette Valencia getting her first opportunity to swing the bat. Now, this is an inside joke for some of my friends, so shout out Valencia. Only one person in the world knows what I'm saying.
Let's hope that one person is still watching.
He is not, but I'm going to send it to him, and he's going to absolutely beat the living crap out of me.
Wow.
So, context is my friend Joey Valencia was playing a high school game at Oracle Park, and the announcer called him Valencia. Valencia out to left field, and Diaz makes the play. Honestly, though, how do you mess up Valencia? That's a very common last name.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the announcer nervous.
It's a thing.
Here now is Townsend. Then again, you know, there are some names that I probably have butchered that I thought, oh, I got 100% right.
I mean, it might even be the German last name we got going on here.
Oh, that definitely is wrong. But as far as German syllables are concerned, I got it right.
Yep.
Bunted down the first baseline there by Sekau. And I mean, after a leadoff homer, she's been bunting and bunting and bunting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
Maybe she just wanted one home run, and she's like, "Okay, I'm good. I'll just bunt now."
Yeah, I'll just quickly, you know, just prove I can put it over the wall, and then, you know, go back to bunting. Leadoff hitter for Modesto. She grounds over to the left side through the 5-6 gap for a base hit. So she keeps her perfect day going. She's yet to be retired. 2 walks and a homer, now a single.
I almost wish from a fan perspective she got a double there, and she'd only have a triple to complete the cycle.
Well, she still needs a double and a triple.
She does. She does need both. And at this pace, it's run rule. So think 5 innings, which means she only has maybe 1 at bat if they continue hitting, 2 if they destroy these next few innings.
Ari Mahia now to hit from East Union. Runner goes. No. Back to first she stays. Mahia, she is a outfielder, freshman, 5'3", righty-righty combination. And she is relieving Lucerda, who will finish her day with a 2-for-2 performance and a walk, 2 singles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI for her. So it was a very productive day. Sekau continuing to try and entice a throw, and I think what she's really trying to do is entice an error throw.
Probably. Well, you know what I would do if I were the Renegades here? I would do a purposeful pitch out because the secondary is immense over there at first. It's
Runner goes, and this is popped up. Davis has it, and Sekau had to go back to second, but Davis with the tough play there. And again, we say it, no fly ball is safe. So Davis had to go and play back to the mound, and she lost her footing trying to make the play because she was running out of time to try and track that. And it popped out of her glove. Vigil was able to pick it up, so it's a 1-4 put out.
Would we classify that as an error?
You can't because there was an out.
Because okay,
So
that's what I
you classify
figured.
that as a fielder's choice. I could
Yeah.
be wrong about that, though.
I don't think I'd say an error because it was never really playable per se. Of like, it didn't hit her glove. It wasn't like it was a routine ball that was just dropped.
Yeah.
It was just a fielder's choice, which was no hit.
And so then now Mahia was able to move up to second on a pitch that bounced to the plate. Got away from Bowie. So it's 1-0 and now 2-0. Matos, the hitter.
Those little bounce to the plate balls that a catcher's blocking, it's so sad to watch, and you just feel for the catcher when they block and expect it's behind them, and they get up and turn around looking for the ball, but the whole time it was blocked right in front of their feet. It's one of those funny little instances where they didn't even realize they blocked it, and it's just sitting there right in front of them. But if it was blocked with the attention of knowing it was in front of you, the runner wouldn't have gone. But unluckily enough for Sam Bowie, she didn't know where it was.
2-1. Outside for a ball. 3-1 the count now. Coming home. Up to center field. Hit well. And Diaz was running out of room to make a play there, or Paxalinga was running out of room to make a play there at the track, and she collides with the fence. It's going to be a triple, but now the more important part is Logan Paxalinga, who just came back from injury, okay, favoring her lower back there on the play, and Julie Marshall asks, Logan says, I'm good. It's an RBI triple for Matos.
You know what I would bet happened? You can see through the fence, there's always those poles that, of course, have to support the fence, and I bet she probably slid and her back just happened to hit one of the poles out there, which is, I mean, quite unlucky because there's more fence than pole, but happened to collide with the pole. A little bit of a bruise back there, still kind of holding her back, but she's okay.
Yeah, that'll be a bruise, bit of a stinger, and this is up to the right side and in foul territory. Henry makes the play. So the Renegades trail by 9 runs as we head into the bottom of the 4th. They are going to need to swing the bat and swing the bat well if they don't want to be in line for a mercy. So we'll be back in 30 seconds after this break. We are back, folks, on the Aloney College Fremont campus, and on this day in history, in 2019, the Aloney College Renegades would take a road trip out to Diablo Valley College to face Diablo Valley College, and it was a great day for them, all starting on a Brooke Warner line drive to center field that scored her teammate Gabby Moreno and Ariana Whitlock. Then Aliana Ramirez came up and followed it up with an RBI single to left to make it 3-0. In the second inning, Ariana Whitlock was hit by a pitch that scored Nikki Thornton, and then Karen DiDio added another run on a fielder's choice that scored Nee Warner. And she struck again with a double later on in that game, driving in Whitlock to make the score 6-0. Then in the third, the ladies kept the score going with Whitlock walking and scoring Thornton. Then DiDio lined an RBI single up the middle for a base hit, scoring Moreno, making it 8-0. The Renegades would later cap off the scoring with a Lauren Garcia sacrifice fly, capping the scoring sequence, and Aloney would go on to pitch a shutout with Karen DiDio pitching all 5 innings in that game, 3 hits given up, no runs, and 8 total strikeouts pitched in a 9-0 effort on this day in history.
Wish that translated to today.
Well, somewhat the offense has.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about earlier in this week and this month of softball is the biggest problem was the Renegades weren't putting up runs to stay competitive, and then all of a sudden they're competitive. I mean, granted it's only 4 runs, but through 3 innings, 4 runs is pretty good if you're looking at a score of a softball game. But the main root of the problem is when you get to the top half of the scoreboard, the guest side. That's 13 runs in 4 innings, and that's something the Renegades have been struggling with for all 11 games they've lost. And with this pace, they're looking to continue to lose until they can start to put up a better show of a pitching performance and a defensive performance.
Cameron Gilbert, who wants to get going in a big way, is up to bat now and leading off for the Renegades. She's she's in the count 1-1, and now ahead in the count 2-1. And for the Renegades, this is a big inning. They want to undo the potential run rule effect. They would need 2 runs to do so. Swung on and missed there. Off speed. Out in front was Cameron.
Good cut of the bat there, but, I mean, really wasn't even close to it. She was 2 inside of the ball. Ball was about a few inches away from her bat laterally, and she was a little bit early, too.
And it smacked her back before it smacked the glove.
Exactly.
3-2 now the count, and the pitch outside. And Townsend thought maybe get her on the outer half again.
Yep. I mean, that's a great spot. You just saw a pretty aggressive swing and a miss that wasn't competitive necessarily if you're a pitcher, and you just replace it again. Why not?
3-2, here it comes. Gilbert inside takes, and it's ball 4. Great job by Cameron Gilbert there, working her way aboard.
Now batting, number 2, Logan Pagsalingen.
Pagsalingen, the center fielder who crashed up against the wall, is now up to hit, and she is the first of 2 home run hitters in this game and on the season for the Renegades.
Yep.
Back-to-back did Pagsalingen and Vigil go in the bottom of the 2nd inning, maybe looking for similar fortunes here. As this is grounded to the left side and through for a base hit. Pagsalingen not waiting, swinging immediately and getting a nice single between the 5-6 gap. Here now is Sienna Vigil. And Sienna Vigil, 3rd in the coast in triples to begin play today with a homer already. Let's see what she has in store in her 2nd plate appearance of the day.
There's a lot of room out there in the outfield. Right field playing pretty aggressive on the line. Center field straight away. Left field also playing on the line. So you have
runner back to 2nd, not in time.
That was a funny call right there. I don't know if you could pick that up, folks, on the broadcast, but
I have no idea what that sign was.
So he started. It was an amazing throwback to 2nd. I mean, Gilbert took a little bit too much of a lead, got kind of hanging out there in a dead man territory and barely made it back, but the umpire motions with his fist out, pauses, thinks about it, then just kind of extends his arm to his safe, but doesn't give a firm safe call.
This is up to right field and shallow, making the play from 2nd base there. And for the first out of the inning is Matos.
I think I'm going to remember that call for a while. That was pretty funny. I mean, it wasn't really all I can think of is when Kruk and Kipe on the Giants broadcast would make fun of umpires for their lack of affirmity on a call. And that was kind of one of them. I would love to hear them just saying something because that was a pump fake out into a weak safe call.
I imagine Kruk and Kipe, Kruk, my goodness, would say, "What do you want from me?" I made the call.
Yeah,
Away from me.
yeah. He looked like he was about to conduct an orchestra, perhaps, with the safe call.
Here now is Gianna Diaz behind an account 0-1. This is up to center field. Shallow center, and it's nobody! Paxalinigan got to get to second. She can't. She'll be caught on the force there, so it will be a base hit for Diaz, but unfortunate for Paxalinigan as she had to stay back about halfway down the line because if that's caught, she's going to get doubled up at first, but if it's not caught, then she has to make a beeline to second. So rough play for her. Not really much you can do there.
Yeah, that's one of those in-between calls where the outfielder, I thought that was going to be a routine play in the dead straightaway outfield, but again, with this wind being so difficult to play with, it dove into basically deep infield at that point.
Lily Roman to hit now, and Gianna Diaz is going to steal another bag, her second stolen base of the game. And that is great for the leading stolen base threat on the team. Fourth in the coast in stolen bases, and she's only going to climb that ladder
Yep.
if she keeps having performances like this. Lily Roman now with a 2 RBI opportunity. This is to left, and it's down. Gilbert's going to score. Diaz is going to go to third, and Roman has a base hit, an RBI single.
That was almost an exceptional play by the star of this team at third base. She jumped up just over the reach of her glove there. If that was caught, that would have been some more extreme momentum headed into the dugout for Modesto Junior College.
Here now is Sydney Henry. 13-5 the score, and Sydney Henry ready to swing the bat. Breaking ball that bounces to the plate, and it's 1-0. Amanda Dilsaver on deck for the Renegades, and Dilsaver is the cleanup hitter and does have home run potential. So does Sydney Henry. 1-0. Low and outside for a ball, 2-0.
Sorry to change the topic, but my face is freezing.
It's cold.
I
It's
am
really cold right now.
I am
folks.
covered head to toe with nothing showing, no skin available anywhere showing except for my face, which is absolutely freezing.
The 2-0 is low and outside again, and it's 3-0. And I wonder for Townsend if this weather is starting to get to her a little bit.
Could
She's
be.
missing the zone. Low and outside, 3 pitches in a row now.
And this would be the first sign of the weather affecting any player here, because I was just thinking as I was watching Lily Roman get on base, this game is
Inside and out of Walker.
I would say this game is the opposite of what the weather should be showing us. This game is prime time 75-degree weather with no impact, nothing, no sun blind, nothing. Like, it'd be perfect outside, but it's freezing with wind unimaginably cold here, and they're playing the best they've played.
And we have a mound visit real quick for Townsend, who has the bases loaded here, and this is an opportunity again for the Renegades to reintroduce themselves back into this game. As they've gotten a run across, and they are threatening to break the run rule hold. And right now, I mean, one swing in the bat could produce a number of outcomes, but one of them being a grand slam
That would be
that
fun.
would bring the Renegades within a grand slam of tying this game again.
It would be. Instead of looping a blast, how about grand slam and a grand slam?
Who knows? I might lose my voice. Here comes the 0-0 home. Swung on and fouled back. And for Dilsaver, I have to be thinking to myself here, I just watched 4 straight balls. That pitch was outside. Should I have taken that?
I don't know if that was – I think that should have been an automatic take. I think even with a mound visit, theoretically resetting a pitcher, when I played baseball and travel ball and all these things, I really just automatically took after a hitter.
That pitch was outside and fouled to the right side again. Now
Excuse me.
Dilsaver is behind in the count 0-2.
After a pitcher throws even 3 balls and then let alone walks a hitter with 0 competitive pitches, I'm not even going to go in expecting a strike anywhere. Like, it's going to be, I'm expecting a ball way outside where I'm not even going to think about swinging. And if it's a strike, good on them.
0-2 coming home. and went in on her and out to right field, making the play out of the glove. So it will be an error, and it's going to score 2 runs there. So I'll explain what just happened out there. The replacement right fielder, and that is, I believe, Mahia. Yes, it is Mahia, who is the replacement right fielder out there, Ari Mahia. She was trying to make a diving play. It went into the web of her glove. As she was diving, it popped out of her glove. And so this is going to be now Tani, who's going to ground out a 4-3 to end the inning. And so an E9 allows Dilsaver to score 2, and a 4-3 ends the inning. 13-7 the score. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Well, folks, welcome back here for the top of the 5th inning. If you're wondering, why is Bodie doing the introduction? Armando comes up to me and says, I can't wait any longer. I gotta go. He took a bathroom break to, I mean, maybe you can call this a 7th inning stretch. We only go 7 innings in softball anyway, but around the 5th, I would say, is about the 7th inning stretch. But there's a big inning to come. We saw last inning Vigil give up a lot of runs, put herself in a rough spot as a strike was called low and outside. And Vigil hoping to go 3 of 3 down here and continue the run streak the Renegades have of going 3 runs in every inning except for the 3rd and the 1st. So every even inning has been 3 runs. Maybe they'll continue that streak in the 6th if we get to a 6th. But if you're Modesto going in the top of the 5th, you got to put up runs because the Renegades were in run rule territory, being down by 8, and now they're not. So the Renegades have gotten themselves out of the run rule territory. Fly ball, left field, under it. Made the catch for the first out of the inning. So retires Mia Hernandez.
And that was Diaz there in left field who made the play.
But as I was saying, I mean, the run rule was a great cushion for Modesto. They were excited about having a chance to get out of here in 5 and then rest up for the next game. But now you're in a spot of we need to get the runs back to get the run rule. They don't necessarily want to play 7 innings, and they don't want to go through, having to complete a game where the Renegades have shown an ability to come back. So if you're Modesto, you just want to close this out with a positive and aggressive note of offense in the 5th inning.
And for the Renegades, they need a 0 put up on the board right now. Over to Gilbert at 3rd. From 5-3 they go for the put out there. Klimek grounds out. That'll be the 2nd time she's been retired in this game.
And I mean, dare I say this now with maybe an announcer jinx, but we haven't seen a 3 up 3 down yet for Modesto. They haven't gone an inning without scoring a run. So that would be 2 big factors of giving up an inning, playing an inning as the defense for the Renegades without giving up a run, and also not giving up a hit. Strike there on the other half.
I really did not bring the right gloves for my touchpad on my computer.
I'm looking at you. It seems like a little bit of a struggle over there. Because, again, folks, I mean, it is freezing. My goodness, it is cold.
It is extremely cold. And I had to run off. I'm going to expose myself for a minute. I had to run off and use the restroom for a second because of how cold it is and because of my green tea
Don't
that
worry.
I have over here.
I already did.
And
expose you.
yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I'll remember that the next time. Swung on and missed there for a strikeout. And an amazing 1-2-3 inning for the Renegades. So I'll quickly finish my point. The faucet that we have doesn't give us hot water even if it's 100 degrees outside.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
So I'm going to keep my gloves on from now on. So if I don't give a name, I apologize, folks. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Maya Arista, number 0, a freshman pitcher with an ERA of 4.72 off of 6 appearances. It'll be her 7th coming up. She's 1-4 on the season with 29.5 pitched. She's given up 36 hits, 20 earned runs, 11 walks, and 9 strikeouts. A case through 7 of 212, and a whip of 158. She will be facing off against Caden Davis, then Gilbert and Pagsalingen. And the Renegades have 2 innings left to try and make this a game still.
Yeah, they did a great job by eliminating the run rule factor. That was the biggest thing we were talking about. And those 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th was the best possible outcome for them to give them a chance to continue to possibly win this game.
Trailing by 6, they would need 3 apiece with more competitive efforts defensively adjacent to the one that we just saw in the top end of the 5th inning.
Yeah, and also don't exclude this from your mind. Run rule can still happen. I mean, it's 10 through 6 innings. So if Renegades don't score anything, go 3 up, 3 down here, and Modesto puts up 4 more, then they're in run rule territory yet again. And you really got to think, if you're Renegades, act like it's the bottom of the 7th. This is the game on the line. You need runs here.
Here comes the 2-1 home. Davis inside, takes for a strike. Gilbert on deck. She has a walk and a line out to third base, and that was the hardest hit ball that we've seen besides the 2 home runs.
100%. I mean, probably even harder than the home runs, honestly.
2-2 coming home. As far as exit velo, probably so.
Yeah. Just the right angle up in the air, which made them fly probably 240 feet.
3-2, full count coming home from Arista. She kicks, she deals. Up and out. Ball 4. Renegades with a leadoff base runner in the form of Caden Davis. Here now is Cameron Gilbert.
That was a great at-bat, too. I mean, you could tell Caden Davis was pumped. They, threw a fist bump to the crowd of the Renegades in the dugout and said, let's go, let's do this. I mean, they know they got to put up runs, at least 3 to make it a competitive game. And starting off with a leadoff walk with a great at-bat, too. Fought off some good pitches, took some good pitches, and now you're only up from here, especially with Gilbert, who can put up a great swing.
And Gilbert, for her, just echoing the same points as her teammates. Get the ball to the bat and get it in the air and let the rest sort itself out. I'd be surprised if Davis goes. It's not a stolen base threat, and an opportunity where the Renegades would like to hold on to as many base runners as they can. 0-2 is the count now with none out to Cameron Gilbert. Arista kicking and dealing. Here it comes. To right center field. It's going to be extra bases. Davis rounds second. She's going to get waved around third. No, she's held. Last second there, and that's a good hold by Julie Marshall at third base. Runners both in scoring position with Paxalingen to swing the bat next. And she had a homer, 1 of 2 for the Renegades in the second inning. And Logan Paxalingen yet to be retired. She's 2 for 2.
I was going to say, and let alone on the home run, the hottest hitter on the team right now, and this is a great time for her to be hot. She came off of basically starting 9 games of pain for her as a hitter. She coming into this series today, she's only hitting 130, and last year she was a great presence on the field and really showed her bat. So maybe that little injury break of about a 4 or 5 days of break gets her. I mean, obviously changed something in her attitude and the way she's up at bat,
or maybe even just allowed her to get a little bit more situated and mentally ready to play, because there is a mental preparedness to softball and baseball that you need to have in order to be out there on the field and be successful.
Yep.
It's very mentally challenging, both softball and baseball. Here comes the 1-1. And it's up the middle and a base hit. Gilbert's going home. 1 run scores. The second run scores also. And Paxalingen to second. She's safe. Sliding underneath the tag. Incredible.
That was a classic swim move. Avoid the tag highlight play right there. She was dead in water. I don't know why she decided to go late.
She was not even halfway down the line. The ball was already in the infield.
That was crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Broke incredibly late, and a good throw as well, straight to second, and just,
Vigil down the third base line, and Paxalingen is going to break for third. The throw gets away from first base. Paxalingen rounds third and heads home, and she's automatically going to get the run because the ball goes out of play. So the Renegades score 3 now. And it's going to be an E5. The throw back to first base was low, so Vigil's going to move up to second. Here now is Jayana Diaz. It's a 3-run game now, 13-10. Diaz to center field. And it is caught. And Vigil got off a second. She was about 3/4 the way to third and had to get back, and that was a bang-bang play, but she gets back on the fly out there.
I was just going to say, the Renegades have been ambushing this every single at bat, but what we were saying earlier before that I was recorded at the beginning of this inning, I was saying the Renegades need 3 runs at least to make this competitive. And they have 3 runs within no outs before that last at bat, and now 3 runs with 1 out, but you still have everyone's incredibly hot right now and feeling themselves in the batter's box.
Outside for a strike. That was almost disaster, though, for Vigil to get doubled up. That would have spelled disaster for the Renegades.
Yeah, that would have been a stab in the heart, and their sail would have been ripped away from them in this inning.
Inside, and the pitch not in the strike zone, and I got confused because I was getting ready to get to my second talking point. The center fielder, and God forbid if I can actually get to the number. The center fielder, number 24, Michaela, came to cover second base, and she's coming to cover second base again as the middle infielders are going to cover the corner bags, and the corner infielders are breaking in to cover the bunt slap of Lily Roman. She's in the count now, 1-2.
Well, I was
2 for 3 on the day.
I was just going to say, what was I going to say?
And that gets away from the catcher, and it's going to be Vigil who moves up to third.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you, Sienna, for reminding me. Sienna has been taking a lead down halfway between second and third, and at this point, I saw it 3 times in a row. You might as well just break for it. She probably would have been safe any one of those attempts, and lucky enough got the pass ball there.
2-2, grounded over to second base. Vigil will score. Roman can't beat the throw, but Roman gets the RBI on a 1-3 putout.
Now batting, number
And the Renegades now trail by 2 runs. This is the shortest the lead has been since the first inning.
Yep. I mean, this is great. This is the Renegades' recipe to success in this inning. We've been saying their whole year has been giving up a big inning, and now they're being the big inning. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to continue to use their bats to give themselves momentum. And, I mean, we can talk positive all about their hitting, but the thing that scares me next is the next inning, the top of the 6th. You've got to give up. You've got to have them have a 0 again. Vigil's got to come out with strong presence on the mound and not give up any wasted at-bats.
1-0 to Sidney Henry is outside, and it's 2-0. And for the Renegades, the biggest inning offensively is right now. 4 runs here in the bottom end of the 5th. This is the biggest inning they've had all year long.
I was just going to say, I think that might be their biggest inning all year, and stole the words right out of my mouth.
In there for a strike. Definitely of the home season.
Yep.
None of the road games, I think, only were able to score 3 runs. Were the Renegades during some of the road games that they've had. They've had more home games than they've had road games this season. 2-1, ready to come home. Grounded over to third base. From 5-3 they go, and a good play there by Sakau to end the inning. But not before the Renegades are able to score 4 of them. And that was the biggest inning yet for the Renegades. They are still in it. Shockingly so. 13-11 the score. We'll be back in 30 seconds. We're back here on the Fremont campus of Ohlone College. And, folks, morality-wise, this is the biggest. We were talking about show a sign of life. You know, put up or shut up mode. We were talking about, you know, taking it personal if you're the Renegades that you're 0-11. And 11 runs, offensively speaking, is taking it personal.
Yeah.
Is showing up, is showing a sign of life. And they find themselves in a game they otherwise would not have found themselves in. Bunt down the line, and Vigil making the play there for the 1-3 putout before we even had a chance to talk about Campbell, who had yet to record a hit, and she will have to wait for her next opportunity to record a hit. Fly out to left field, third base, and now a ground out to Vigil. Here now is Valencia. She takes way inside there. And it's 1-0.
And I think us as fans and announcers and everyone here too can't get too ahead of themselves, because scoring 11 runs is an amazing feeling, but you're still down 2, and you've got to carry this momentum of we need to win, and we can put up 4. We just put it up. Let's do it again. So I mean, if you can put up 4 more, you've almost already won the game in the 6th in a way mentally for them.
Definitely, and I mean, you just have to keep bottling what you're feeling right now. The momentum pendulum, anybody's chance right now here in the 6th. It feels like the pendulum has swung in the Renegade direction, very much so here in the late innings, as if the game would have started in the 4th inning, the Renegades would find themselves ahead 7-1.
Yeah.
Then again, though, Modesto really pounding early, and scoring 4 runs themselves in the first inning of this game. So, you know, it's been a really well-contested game between these two teams.
Yeah, it's an offense-heavy alternating between innings for both teams here. Whew.
Hey, now, Valencia probably wanted to straighten that thing out because she could have had a dinger.
Yeah, that was hit hard. That was hit hard and squared, but I mean, very foul. But
that's where if I was a home fan and heckling, I'd just say, "That's a long strike. We're good."
Yep.
2-2, coming home from Sienna Vigil to Valencia. Valencia waits on it, flares it out to left field. Diaz makes the play. Good at bat from Valencia, but unfortunate for her on the outcome. Flying out to left field for the second time in as many attempts. Here now is Sekau, who had really, honestly, the momentum-defining swing of the game as a leadoff hitter in this game. The first batter to face live pitching and had a leadoff home run on her first swing of the bat on a 3-1 count.
Incredibly impressive. And she's been locked down as a defensively locked down in the rest of her innings as a hitter. I mean, she's not gotten out and she's not had any errors. So,
yeah, and she's set the tone early for this game. Not even just for her team, but for this game that we're watching right now, which has been an offensive showcase. This is the softball equivalent of a 45-40 football game.
Yeah, basically.
Where you had a couple of big 70-yard touchdown, 70-plus yard touchdown plays.
This reminds me of the Bears-Bengals game earlier in the season when that was the first big Caleb Williams comeback that led to many more that season for him.
2-1. Right ball over the head of Bowie, but luckily no runners on there. So
just
Vigil,
a ball.
Yeah, Vigil behind in the count 3-1. Got to try and work her way to a full count or better here. And Sekau ready to swing. 3-0 in there on the outer half for a strike, and it's 3-2 now. The count is run full. Sienna a pitch away from retiring the side. Potentially here. 3-2 coming home. Here it comes. Strike 3 called. Renegades need 2 to tie it, 3 to take the lead. We'll be back in 30 seconds after this quick break. Home half of the 6th. Renegades need 2 to tie it, 3 or more to take the lead for the first time today against the Modesto Pirates. I'm Romano Galan, Bodie Warden to my right. Bodie, this has been a monster of a game.
Yeah, this has been insane. There's no other word to describe it other than monster. It's been dominant, and if you look at the scoreboard, on the top left, you've seen the Renegades shift momentum extremely. In the 5th inning as a whole, 0 runs put up, and that was a 3 up, 3 down from Modesto, which hasn't happened once this game, which I don't know, the Renegades have practically barely done this whole season. Then they respond with 4 runs themselves, come back and put up another 3 up, 3 down. That's 6 up, 6 down in the last 2 innings, something the Renegades probably haven't done once all year. And here comes one of the hottest hottest hitters in the order, up to extend this deficit of 2 runs. And I mean, here's a time to come back, Armando.
Yeah, here's a time to come back. And for Maya Arista on the mound, a time for her to bounce back and have an opportunity to do so. So who wants it more here in the 6th inning? Dill Saver up the middle for a base hit. And Amanda Dill Saver with 2 hits on the day. She's gotten aboard 3 times, 1 time via an error, 2 times via base hit, and then flew out to right field. Here now is Kiara Taimani. Taimani had a single, and then later flew out to right field and grounded into a 4-3. Right now, she would like better fortunes similar to her first go of it at the plate in the first inning of this game. Arista, outside for a ball. Taimani servicing as the potential tying run right now. And Davis is on deck, depending on if Taimani gets on base or not, would be the go-ahead run. 1-0. Getting ready to come home for Arista. She kicks, she deals. Outside for a ball.
You know, something kind of off topic here. I'm looking at the base umpire, and I'm looking at the home plate umpire, and it looks like the base umpire has more gear on than the home plate umpire off of just straight clothing. He is bundled up in probably 3 hoodies and a sweatshirt or something under there, and he is just stiff and warm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cold day. It's a good day to bundle up for sure. I'm on 3 layers right now.
Yep, me as well.
2-0, getting ready to come, or 2-1 rather, getting ready to come home, and that caught a lot of the plate. Taimani fouls it off, and it's 2-2 now.
Almost rocked our first base side camera, actually. That would have been sad.
And Arista has the most strikeouts on the mound this season for Modesto, with 9, looking for her 10th here against Taimani. 2-2, grounded over to the right side. From 4-3 they go, and that'll be an out. Dilsaver does move up to second, so crisis averted there. And here now is Caden Davis. She walked just an inning ago on a leadoff effort in the 5th inning, and that enticed a 4-run rally. And so here she is now with another opportunity, and Cameron Gilbert on deck. Let's see if she's going to ambush. Ooh, could have been a good opportunity in there for a strike. Good pitch by Arista.
Yeah, definitely good pitch, but also a good pitch to hit as well. If you're a hitter, I mean, I know personally too, there's many mindsets as a hitter you have, which one of them is either, just take for a strike, or maybe you're in between if you're going to swing or not. And she might have been in between there with that ball pretty much over the heart of the plate. And, I mean, you don't want to go down looking 0-1, which then results in, if you foul off or take another strike, you're in the hole 0-2, and that's incredibly hard to come out of, especially because you want to get on base with Cameron Gilbert on, who just had a great last at-bat.
0-1 was in there for a strike, so now 0-2 to Caden Davis. Arista kicks and deals, and it's outside for a ball. Gilbert had a double, and that was an RBI double for her. Opportunity. Would have another 1-2. Here comes. Foul back to the screen.
Great cut.
So long as Davis does not somehow produce a double play.
Yeah. That would be crazy to see, actually.
Probably be something like a line drive in the infield or something.
Yep, exactly.
1-2. Foul back to the screen. Davis stayed back on it and just fouled it off. And she was not going to take any chances on that one. That's exactly where 50-50 has been called, has not been called. She's rather going to put the bat to the ball and stay alive on that, and that's a good job there by her. 1-2 coming home. Up to right field, and it is caught. Nice play there.
That is so frustrating as a hitter. I know from personal experience, you get a great at-bat going, and you're feeling yourself. You're confident. I mean, Caden was fouling off pitches after pitch after pitch, and then you make a good swing to right field, and the right fielder just makes a better play. And unfortunately, can't move over number 8, Dilsaver, from second. I don't know if she got the right read on the ball and where it was coming from, and maybe she didn't think it was going to be a sliding play, so she didn't think about tacking up. But
well, that play looking eerily similar to Mahia's, who was playing in right field, error in the 5th inning that popped out of her glove last second. So I imagine maybe Dilsaver was thinking similar fortunes, or that was going to get down. she's in scoring position. She definitely can score from second on anything here from Gilbert. Gilbert to left and foul.
Another great swing of the bat. Cam's been feeling herself recently, especially in this game specifically. Had a little bit of a slower start in the first few games this season, but coming out strong, being aggressive, and the last at-bat showed you guys how good she is. Made a great opposite field, sat back on the ball, poked it right to right center field for a double, and
this is the biggest wind gust we have gotten all season long. This has to be 20-mile-an-hour winds here on this 1-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. 1-1 delivery correction. Swung on and missed there by Cameron Gilbert.
Yeah, as I was talking, I mean, thank goodness we have the sandbags on our tent here. That would have gone flying because that was a hard gust of wind that I'm just sitting here bundled up.
And thank God we're not using my old microphone, because my old microphone would not have done anything good for us today. Yeah, you'd be hearing nothing. I don't know if you guys in the comments section can let us know this, but if you guys can hear the wind or not from our microphones, we have very high quality microphones from the broadcasting department. Shout out Arnie Lowling.
Yeah, I would hope much wind wouldn't be picked up. We have buffers on the mic, and we also have a system.
Swung on and missed on the 1-2 delivery home, and a throwback to first in time there for the put out on the drop third strike. Renegades are going to have to try and keep Modesto right where they are and head to the bottom of the 7th. It's 13-11. Modesto leads, and we are in the 7th now. We'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, we are back here on the Ohlone College Fremont campus. This is Armando Galan. You are listening to, not listening, you are watching Ohlone College softball, and it's been an incredible game, so thank you for joining us. Lucerda is back in at right field and at the second hitting position for Modesto Junior College, and she'll be leading off this 7th inning. A big 7th inning for both squads here, as it's anybody's game with a 13-11 score.
Yeah, and my thoughts here, as I was kind of talking between break, is if the Renegades, they need a 3-up, 3-down here against Modesto. If they don't get a 3-up, 3-down, and Vigil either gives up someone on base and, I mean, God forbid, a run this inning, then it almost seems like the lights are out and there's not much left in the Renegades in the bottom half, because we know under pressure they're a different squad. Their mental capability to push through these rough adversity games is not strong. They're not very good at it, and they've talked about that. Me and Armando were talking to Logan recently, and she said that exact same thing.
1-2 coming home, inside for a ball.
Logan said that exact same thing we were talking about, how their team is rough with the mental capability of coming back. So they need to score. They need to limit the damage in the top of the inning and not give up any runs and any hitters on board, because if they give up a runner on board, it's a downhill spiral from there.
The wind is pushing the straightaway center now. Anybody who gets the ball in the air is going to be helped by this wind. 3-2 the count now. Here it comes. Check swung. Got her.
That's a great pitch. The whole entire at-bat, number 30, the hitter, was leaning toward outside, leaning toward pushing and extending the strike zone. And on a 3-2 pitch, it's one of those things, do I take it? Maybe it's called strike 3, or do I swing at it, but maybe I don't make the greatest contact. And she gave in to the going for it, but also pulled back, so never even gave it a chance to be hit.
Here now is Matos. Sienna Vigil with 3 strikeouts, 2 back-to-back so far.
Yeah. That's something we were just talking about earlier in this game of the strikeout was elusive, and now it's normal for her in this innings. In these innings, English.
A 1 bounce to the plate, and it's 1-1 now. Matos only retired once in this game. She has a triple, a single, and a walk. In there for a strike. She's behind the count now, 1-2. And suddenly, actually, I'm going to hold that point to avoid the announcer's jinx. I'll wait to say that.
You know what I will ask you? Who's the first Matos you think of?
Luis, actually.
I agree. Luis Matos. I was just thinking about that.
Funny enough, I actually watched Luis Matos back in 2021 when he was a San Jose Giant. And I remember saying, this guy's the best player on the freaking field.
Yeah.
He was the best player on the field in the Low A West for the San Jose Giants. 1-2, here it comes. Popped up. And foul. Go ahead, partner.
Yeah, and I'm lucky enough to have gone to a few Giants games myself and seen him play like right next to me. And I mean, he's a natural talent. Whether or not his numbers show it in the bigs, he's just an athletic freak of nature who can just put up anything he needs to.
See, that's where I love baseball so much. You could be an athletic freak of nature and not have good numbers in baseball, but you're still one of the best athletes in the world.
Exactly.
Which is incredible.
And the numbers might not show, but he was one of the greater fielders for the Giants too, and just a when you need him, he's there kind of guy, which I hate that numbers don't show, unfortunately.
2-2. Sienna Vigil kicks and deals. Line into left field for a base hit there. So that will be a huge opportunity now for Modesto as they get Matos aboard. Here now is Tyler.
That's a hard runner to give up on first there. Granted, that was a great at-bat, but I mean, maybe it's too much to ask for of another 3 up, 3 down, which would be 9 up, 9 down in the last 3 innings, but we were just saying this might slowly push them away from the possibility of coming back if runners keep getting on base.
And that's off of Gilbert's foot. Oh, my goodness. Rough play there, so that'll be a base hit. But see if Gilbert is okay as she's walking that one off. That was sharply hit. And it looks like Julie Marshall is going to go over there to talk to Cameron Gilbert. And, I mean, that was off her, I believe, her left foot.
Yeah, maybe even shin area, too. I hope it caught glove first. I believe it did, but I don't know.
I didn't see it. Her glove didn't get down soon enough. That ball was roped. I mean, that was one of the hardest hit balls we've seen all day long.
Which Cameron Gilbert herself had the hardest hit ball we've seen all day.
And Gilbert's all right. She's going to try and walk that one off. And, I mean, I don't know. I'm wearing boots, so I would be lucky to have one hit off my foot because I'm wearing boots. But Cameron, not so much. Wearing cleats, not much protection at all in her feet whatsoever. So she is going to have to take the brunt of that and gain some brownie points from her teammates.
Yeah, but I mean, she's tough. She's probably one of the toughest out here on the field.
So.
Mentally, physically, everything. She's been a rock for this team and showing her great versatility of hitting oppo, hitting down the line, everything. I mean, her fielding's been top tier too. So
Hernandez now in. She takes on the outer half. 1-1 the count. She took a strike on the first pitch from Sienna Vigil. And Sienna Vigil, biggest opportunity here for her. She's got to figure out a way to retire the side without surrendering anything. Up to left, and in and out of the glove of Diaz. Runner rounds third, heading home. Throw gets away from Bowie. And on the play, both runners move up 60 feet. So that is exactly what they wanted to avoid from happening. And I'll let you call it. Is that an error or is that a base hit?
I'm gonna say that's definitely a hit. And I'm going to give a throwing error, though, on that play at the plate, advancing both runners.
So it will be a base hit and an error then for Hernandez. Here now is Klimek. So Klimek now with 2 runners in scoring position. These are 2 huge runs. As the Renegades still now trailing by 3, still within striking distance. You can put them out of striking distance, with just 1 run, let alone 2
Yep.
that are in scoring position here with 1 out. Klimek up the middle. Sienna Vigil goes back home to try and cover the run, so Klimek is going to be safe there. And that's honestly, I mean, you look at it and you say to yourself, right? But you have to make that play because that run is such a huge run at this late in the game. You have to try and protect the run from scoring. And so Vigil not going to get an out there on a infield ground ball. This is grounded over to Gilbert, in and out of the glove of Bowie. And so the Renegade infield being tested, and they're failing the test right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult play. 100% credit to Cam Gilbert there. She made a great play, hard ball chopper on glove side, and was able to make a good throw home. I think it just got a little bit confused in the fact that the ball was coming in practically right where the runner was breaking from home. So Bowie probably just didn't have the greatest angle on it. You can't really put blame to anybody, as it was a pretty difficult play to have. But, I mean, you've got to get a double play right here, right now, to even have a striking chance to come in. I can see that the Modesto bullpen is warming up with a new pitcher about to come in for the next inning. So, as a team, especially Vigil, you've got to close this out right here.
Allie Vincent takes inside for a strike there. She'll be coming in for Campbell, the shortstop. And wow, this wind is really, really blowing.
We can hear it howling.
Yeah. So we said wind gusts of up to 20.
I'd say more than that.
Ugh, man.
I'd say peak probably 35 to 40.
I'm going to take a look right now. Up to right field. Roman can't make a play on it. So that'll score 1 run. Everybody moves up 60 feet, and it's an RBI single. This is the inning that the Renegades had to avoid. They are now trailing by 5.
And this is textbook for Modesto here. This is exactly what they needed to do. No one's hit the ball farther than shallow outfield. It's been easy either infield singles, errors by the Renegades, or basic singles out to the outfield, and there's not been much to it. But as long as you can keep the line moving and keep each player coming up with confidence to hit, you're going to continue to put runs on the board. And I think if you're the Renegades, you want to get a double play right now because, Armando, if you look over to who's on deck here, that is the heart of the team, and you don't want her up.
Grounded over to Taimani. She loses it. So that'll be an E6 and then potentially even an E7 behind her. And so the Renegades, it's disaster officially now.
That's a play Kiara's going to want back at shortstop. What's going on here?
It's going to be a mound visit for Julie Marshall. And with the situation now, 5 runs have come across the score. And Julie Marshall going to go talk to Taimani at short. And so here's an interesting thing also about the weather real quick. It's actually 51 degrees right now.
What does it say it feels like, 39?
39.
Yeah.
There is a negative 12-degree feel because of the windshield.
Whew. That was worse this morning. You know what I looked at this morning? I saw 32 on my phone and the weather.
Goodness,
it was like
no.
50 with 32 degrees of actual feels like freezing.
Yes, indeed. So it definitely still feels like freezing temperatures out here, but without the wind, it would actually be a nice and warm, decent day.
Because the sun, I hope the players aren't feeling as cold just because the sun's beating on them and the sun is not beating on us.
And Sakau? Really, honestly, here with a chance to seemingly put away the Renegades.
Yeah, Sakau is the hitter you don't want up. Sakau is not arguably, why would I even say that? 100% the player of the game. There's no one else you could even put to have, starting with a leadoff home run. and now she's gotten on base every single time with not even close to getting out. And if she gets on here, you can practically seal this game away in a sense.
One, two coming home. Outside for a ball, 2-2. Macau will really, honestly, set the tone. As I said before, set the tone for this game entirely. Not even just for the team, but for both teams. Set the tone that this was going to be an offensive battle. Swung on and missed there. So that'll be the second time she set down on strikes today, and second time in a row.
Yeah.
And here now is Mahia, who was a strikeout victim earlier in the inning. Outside for a ball there.
Yeah, to emphasize how cold it's been here, I haven't moved positions in the whole game. I've stayed here with hand warmers in my pocket, doing the score bug, and
check swing there from Mahia for a strike to make it 1-1. Man, I need more tea. I might have to just run over to Starbucks and get a hot coffee or something for game 2 if I have enough time to do so.
Well, yeah, and I mean, shout out Starbucks
Yeah.
for here on this campus. It's down there, just down the hill a little bit, and I think everybody here, every game, there's always a few fans, at least more than 5, with Starbucks in their hand, warming themselves up when it's a cold day like this. Thank goodness they have that there, because I've gotten hot chocolates plenty of times down there.
Mahia over to Taimani. She has trouble with it, in and out of the glove, and she makes another error on the play on the throwback to second base. And this could potentially bring Mahia all the way around. She gets to third. 2 errors on the play for the Renegades. Oh, my goodness. Disaster.
They just called her out.
They called her out because I believe they're going to call the game now.
Now, it seems like there's interference, perhaps?
All right, so let's do this. Score.
Okay, so runs don't count. We just got the ruling back. It was an illegal batted ball, so runs will not count there on that play, and we will reset back to where the score originally was. And issues with the score bug up in left center field is we're gonna have to just reconvene all of those runs back up onto the board, making it 18-11, and the Renegades 7 runs behind now, and they will have 3 outs remaining to reaccumulate those runs. We'll be back in 30 seconds. We are back here in the home half of the 7th inning, and I got to say, I'm so happy that the double error was not legal play. The batter was out of the box when she swung, calling her out on a strikeout for Mahia, so that'll be her second strikeout of the inning. And the Renegades picking up 3 strikeouts in the top end of the 7th, but they also surrendered 5 and now trail by 7 runs. Here now is Logan Paxlingen, who had a home run earlier in this game. And is tasked with being the leadoff hitter here in this bottom end of the 7th.
Yeah, and luckily enough for the Renegades, that last inning, nothing counted. After that, I mean, there's not really a nice way to put it. So let's just, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all.
Disastrous
It was an inning, an end of an inning for sure. And luckily enough, none of it counts. You can wipe it from your memory. It was just a strikeout. So coming in 3-0, this is exactly what the Renegades need. You don't need a hero necessarily. You just need everyone to hit, everyone to get on base, and tack away 7 runs.
You know, partner, you said earlier in this game, back-to-back grand slams to win.
Perhaps.
Back-to-back grand slams wins this game.
It does
by
win
1
this game.
for the Renegades.
Maybe that was an early call out accidentally.
Also, my favorite number would be the magic number for the Renegades. 19
You're right,
runs.
19.
Up the middle, Paxalingen with a base hit.
That's how you start it.
And she will be very happy with her performance today. She has gotten a base hit in every single opportunity
Wow.
at the plate.
Talk about a direct turnaround for Logan. She was struggling coming into today. She's only hitting 130. That's going to bump up a lot.
And as I said before, you know, sometimes when you get an injury, especially for Paxalingen, she knew she was going to be coming back soon. It was just a rolled ankle for her. She was talking about it's time for you to just get your mind right. And this is up to right field. Mahia having trouble with it, but breaks back in for the play.
As a spectator, you might think, dang, you know, just 1 out, you know, whatever, we can move on. We still have 2 more. But that's heartbreaking as a player with Vigil, who's been pretty hot at the plate with the back-to-back home runs of Paxalingen and Vigil. Sienna getting out there is hurt. I mean, it's hurtful to you. It hurts a lot.
Gianna Diaz now with an opportunity to swing the bat. Gets one up into left field, and it gets down but foul. That was exactly what Diaz wanted on that first pitch. A little bit out in front there.
And I think if that's the fastball from number 0, that would have been fair, but slowed her down with an off speed, sat on it still, but just unloaded her swing a little bit too early.
0-1 coming home. Outside for a ball. 2-0. 2-1, rather.
1-1, rather.
I don't know what in the world I was thinking. 1-1 is the count. Diaz awaits. Swung on and fouled, and that sounded like it broke something metal.
I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I think it directly landed on the plate, I believe. That's what happened.
Yeah. It sounded like something broke. Maybe my attention span. 1-2 the count now. And we have the team bus arriving again. And the team bus driver is probably thinking to himself, oh, yeah, this is the ending of Game 2. No, this is the ending of Game 1. This is the longest game that we have had, the longest singular game that we've had here on the Fremont campus. I also wonder if we're going to get any reprieve before Game 2 starts, because we're going to be running out of daylight pretty soon.
Oh, it's 2:41.
Yes, it's
oh my
almost
goodness.
3 o'clock.
I didn't even realize.
2-2 the count now. Grounded to the left side, and it gets away from everybody. So it'll be I believe you're going to have to call that an error.
Yeah.
Another error.
For sure. I mean, you can't necessarily say routine, but that's a play where they practice it all the time. It hit your glove, it hit you. You practice it all the time. And as a squad, it's frustrating having that be an error, because all errors do in a game like this, even though you're up by 7, with only 2 outs for the Renegades left in this game. But all that does for you is, for the opposing team, gives them life. Exactly. It helps them prevail for a possible comeback that Modesto doesn't want.
Pitch on the outside to Lily Roman for a strike. Lily Roman going to have to try and work her opposite field approach as much as she can. The slapping, bunting hitter she is. The 0-1 getting ready to come home. Outside for a ball. 1-1. Man, it has been a long-winded, forever seemingly lasting game here on the Fremont campus. We hope you guys have been enjoying wherever you are watching. 1-1. Swung on and missed by Lily Roman. A throw to third base is offline, and Diaz is able to move up to second there on the play. So it'll be a stolen base for Pagsalingen, and then Diaz is able to move up there on the wild throw.
That's now two pretty wild throws coming from the catcher here at third base in a row. So if you have a bag open at third base, if I'm the Renegades, I'm stealing.
1-2 coming home. Inside, Lily Roman getting away from that one. 2-2.
Part of you wishes you just got hit, actually, because any runner is a good runner, and if Lily gets out here, she's going to think back to that pitch she jumped out of the way of.
Arista. 2-2 coming home. Inside, and it's 3-2 now. Really tight to Lily Roman. Now the count is run full. Sydney Henry on deck. First base open, the only base open for the Renegades. Arista, 3-2, coming home. Fouled. Lily Roman running it all the way out.
Just in case it's squibbed fair.
It's good practice.
Yep.
Because she definitely has blazing speed down the first base line.
Yeah, you'd rather see a hard 60 than jogging it and not even completing the run.
Well, we've seen her beat out a ton of throws that we thought she didn't even have a chance to beat out. 3-2, here it comes. It's foul back to the screen again. Lily Roman battling here. She wants it bad. Arista. She also wants it. It's just a game of wills now. Who wants it more? 3-2 coming home again. The third one of this at-bat. It's popped up, and it's behind, and dropped there, but it was a tough play for Klimek.
Amazing effort, too.
Yeah, for her to have a chance.
Not even that high of a pop fly. Kind of a short squibber right behind the plate. Rips off the mask, turns around, finds it, and Superman lays out to try to pull it away, but almost gets it. Not quite.
So good effort by Klimek, though, goes without a result. 3-2, the fourth one coming home. Inside, strike three called. Wow.
As much as a fan and a player, you want to complain about that. It's been called all game. I mean, it might have been here and there, but it's something that Lily's been putting up a great at-bat, and you can't necessarily go down looking. You got to expand it bigger than you think.
Sydney Henry, the potential last opportunity for the Renegades here in Game 1. I mean, for Game 2, usually I'd be saying come get ready to check back about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, but I actually have no idea, folks. I really don't.
It'll be around 20 to 30 still, because they normally do give themselves a break.
Because
we have more light now. We can probably play till 6 o'clock, I would say, because I've been looking outside at around those times, and it's been lighter. So
let's take a look here. It says.
Let's see. When does sunset? When does light go away?
Sunset is at 5:52.
Perfect.
And 6 p.m. is when we will be out of daylight.
Well, there you go. Look at my assumption.
1-1 coming home. Up to center field. That'll get down for 2 runs. So a 2 RBI single for Henry. Henry's going to move up as the throw back to the middle of the infield is wayward. So it will be a single and an error.
Now batting, number 8.
The error will be at center field for the throwing error. 8 total errors in this game between these two teams. And here now is Amanda Dilsaver.
And you know what about those errors, too? That's honestly exactly why the score is 18-13. If you're locked down defense, you're not touching double digits once. It's rare to see a team that gives up 0 errors.
Up the middle, over to short, to first in time for the out, and that'll end this game. Renegades fall 18-13 in the most spirited effort that we've seen all season long from them.
Yeah, that's a game that you're going to remember, and you want to think we had the chance to win that. You put up 13 runs, the most runs you've put up in a game yet, and you give up 18. So it's just giving up the runs has been the main problem for the Renegades here. We can see that the offense is improving, exponentially improvements in the offensive game. But when it comes to defense and the pitching performance, you had a strong run from the 5th and the 6th inning, or 4th through 6th, honestly. Only 1 run allowed in 3 innings, which is unheard of from the Renegades. And then the 7th, you give up 5 again. So you have an inning of a 4 spot, 6 spot, and a 5 spot. That's a recipe for a losing game.
Yeah, it's a recipe for a losing game. I mean, pitching and defense, they are very minor aspects when you say it out loud, but major in their impact. Because if you're not using your glove, you're not making the simple plays, you're not making good throws over to your teammates at first base, at third base, or hitting your cutoffs properly. It allows runners to move up. If you're not making good decisions on the field of where the ball is going and how you're going to control the run game, those are the aspects, the littlest aspects of the game that kills you. It's very similar like in football when you're giving up 4 yards a carry as a defense. Well, you're giving up a first down every third play.
Exactly.
You know,
Can't do
so
that.
you can't live like that. And for the Renegades, that has to be the number one thing that they are going to harp on for the entirety up until Game 2 begins. No more errors. It's unacceptable for them. They cannot afford to do that because with even 2 less errors in this game, you could be still playing right now or even have a win.
I agree.
Across. And it's definitely contributed to big innings that the Renegades have given up, which they have continuously been unable to avoid as a team. So for the Renegades, that's the emphasis, is more competitive pitching, and you can't say that enough, and better decision-making with the ball in your hand. Absolutely. It has to happen now for the Renegades. This was a winnable game again for them, and, I mean, you kind of seem a little sick of saying it, but a winnable game again for them, and they're going to have to take that into Game 2 with them and try to ride it and try to even out the series here of this doubleheader. But, man, you really feel, especially today, you really feel like the Renegades squandered a golden opportunity to win a game.
Agree. Yeah, it's just right there. It's on the tip of their tongue. You're only losing by 5, which has been a margin that they've had more of. I mean, if you look at it, ignore what happened today. Only losing by 5, 18-13 is not that bad. That there's been significantly worse games, and this is only uphill for them, and they've been improving every game that they play. But again, like you've just been saying, just broken record here is just errors and not being able to execute on defense. The defensive play has to be locked down if you're gonna, especially against this team. Good thing they're playing a doubleheader where they can now realize what the reason they lost and why they ended up suffering this game was because of the defense. They realize they have the chance to win on the bats, and all they have to do is use their bats to win. So, I mean, all you got to think for his next game is reset, act like this didn't happen, but remember the good. Remember the strong innings you had. Remember how you can play tough. And all these players highlighted, who are really good hitters and really good fielders on our team need to step up and show out and show everyone why they're amazing. And also for you guys at home, you can see that we only have one broadcast up in YouTube because this same broadcast for Speedio and YouTube will be in the same spot. So you don't have to go anywhere. You'll stay on the same YouTube live stream. Just hold tight for about 20 to 30 minutes around probably. And we'll be back with more softball for you, Armando.
Yep.
Anything else?
In about 15 minutes, I'll also get on the microphone, do a quick little filling section, because I have interesting fact that I was yet to have a chance to talk about that I brought in as notes for today's game. So we'll get that in between the games, so that way you guys have an understanding, have something to listen to for one, and have an understanding of what else to expect. So in about 15 minutes, I'll get back on the microphone. I'll give you that talking point, and then I'll also tell you what to expect about when the next game will start. But in the meantime, folks, if you haven't yet, go get your lunch. It's 3 p.m., so hurry up and get your lunch because it's going to spoil your dinner, all right? If you've already eaten, go make yourself a drink or something. Fill up that time between these two games. We have about maybe 30 minutes or less before this second game begins. And for Bodie Warden, for myself, Armando Galan, Renegades are 0-12 now on the season. The chance for their first win of the season in the next 30 minutes. And game 2 of this doubleheader against Modesto. We'll be back, folks. Thank you for listening so far. Howdy, folks. Armando Golan here. Hope you're enjoying your game break. And, folks, we're going to give you just a quick little intermission silence break and give you a quick talking point. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Wallet Hub had Fremont, California ranked as the #1 happiest city to live in the entirety of the country, which is incredible. And it's a happiness score of 73.54. The highest happiness score of any city, and the only city in the 70s. So here's another thing that Wallet Hub has done. It's ranked nationally every single JUCO in the country. And guess where Aloney College finds themselves in? If you guessed 7th, then you were correct. 7th overall in the entire country amongst junior colleges. In the top 10, I'll rank them right now. Number 10 is Orange Coast College in California. Number 9 is Casper College in Wyoming. Alexandria Technical Community College from Minnesota is number 8. Aloney College from California here in Fremont is number 7. Northwestern Connecticut Community College from Connecticut is in 6th. In 5th is North Wyoming Community College in Wyoming. Northwest Iowa Community College is 4th from Iowa. 3rd on the list is College of San Mateo in California, the best overall community college ranked in California. Arkansas State, that's interesting. It says Arkansas State University Mountain Home from Arkansas. I guess that's technically a community college, even though it says Arkansas State. But they're 2nd, and then State Technical College of Missouri from Missouri, the only college to feature Missouri in the top 10, is the #1 ranked community college in the entire country. So Aloney College, nationally renowned. That's an incredible mark for Aloney College and something that they are incredibly prideful of, and when you walk around the campus, you see it. They take themselves seriously here, whether it's the robotics department, the science department, the communication department, whether it's music, psychology, you name it. Aloney College takes itself very seriously. I mentioned I was a previous communications student here at here at Aloney College. Went to San Diego State University afterwards to finish my 4-year degree. And honestly, if I'm being honest, the things I was taught here at Aloney College were more complex and well taught out than the stuff that I learned at San Diego State University, which is not at all a knock to San Diego State University because they are a very renowned and revered communication department themselves. It's an incredible department through and through. So there's your mid-game break, folks, and just perfectly timed is my go away because Julie Marshall's ready to hand me the lineup cards, which means we are about less than 10 minutes away from the next game. So, folks, enjoy your intermission, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes with the start of the next game. Thank you. Howdy, folks. Armando Galan with Bodie Warden, and we are back and ready to go here from the Fremont campus for the second game of our doubleheader. Pitching for the Ohlone College Renegades in the second game of the doubleheader is going to be Sienna Vigil, and her defensive alignment is going to look like this. In left field and batting first is going to be Diaz. In center field is... Hey, now. I don't have a center fielder listed on here. I have two right fielders. I think it's Paxilingen.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Paxilingen. So my fault there, folks. So it's going to be Paxilingen, and then it's going to be Roman. And left to right in the infield, it's going to be Gilbert, Taimani, Davis, and then Henry. And then catching is going to be Sam Bowie. Sam Bowie is in the lineup as well. And for the lineup for the Modesto College Pirates, it's going to be Sakal, Lucerda, Matos, Tyler, Hernandez, Vincent, Alilima, Gonzalez, Sesma, and Campbell. Campbell's in the flex position, but he's playing short today for this game 2. And folks, we are ready to go here from the Fremont campus of Aloney College. I'm Armando Galan with Bodie Warden. This is game 2 of our doubleheader. And we had a spirited game 1 between Modesto College and the Aloney College Renegades, which saw an 18-13 score in favor of Modesto. Here now is Sakau to begin this game 2. She led off game 1 with a solo homer that set the tone. Let's see what tone is going to be set in this game 2. She bunts it down the first baseline and it goes foul.
That's something we've seen her do now for basically every at-bat at this point. Is after that first leadoff home run, she's only bunted to continue the rest of her at-bats. I mean, granted, she's gotten on board with other hits like a single and a double, but she's swinging away at 2 strikes, but she's been bunting practically every pitch other than in a 2-strike count.
0-1. Bunted and missed. Strike 2.
My hand warmers are electric, right? They're electric hand warmers, and they're very powerful. I love them. And both of them have died. So my hands are freezing.
That's where I'm glad I have gloves.
Yeah,
I'm rolling up my my zipper right now.
I wish I had those
jacket.
gloves too. I am, like, my hands are frozen in the clenched position in my jacket with everything else covered and me shivering. That's what we're looking at right now.
Second 0-2, here it comes. Swung on and missed. Strikeout for Sienna Vigil.
Great start for the Renegades, coming off of a leadoff home run just a game ago from Sakau, and this is exactly what you got to do. You got to set the tone early. Vigil's coming off of a pretty hot performance through the last 4, 5, and 6 innings. You know, if we just ignore the 7th, then she's feeling herself. So hopefully she can carry on forward through this game.
Here now is Lucerda. She had a very good game in game 1. She's only retired once. Actually, no, she wasn't retired. Yes, she struck out. I forgot. No, it was actually Mejia who struck out. My apologies. So she wasn't. Lucerda wasn't retired once in the first game.
It's a great game.
Yeah, she reached on a fielder's choice, which would have retired her, but she got aboard. She's 1-1 the count, and it fouls back to the screen.
That one was pretty funny. Both of them got megged. That went through the catcher Bowie and also the umpire's legs and shot right back to the screen on the foul tip.
Yeah, it was like some otherworldly power was protecting the umpire's family jewels. 1-2. And it's low and outside for a ball, and it's 2-2. Lucerda wearing the number 30. Here comes the 2-2. Grounded over to Davis. Safe on the play there by Lucerda, she beats out the throw.
This is exactly case in point what we were talking about earlier. Their speed is unmatched. The whole lineup of Modesto Junior College is just straight speed. There's no other way to put it. I mean, they've had close plays at first, second, third, and home that aren't close anymore because of their speed, and it's just that simple.
Moss now the hitter, number 13. Good scoop there by Bowie on the 0-0 delivery home.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do actually see a stolen base here. They've been stealing all first game, and if it worked out for you, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So
1-1, runner goes. Bowie, double clutch on the throw. Not even going to be close. Apologies as the talking points might be a little bit short-ended on my end. I'm dealing with a sickness that's giving me a sore throat. Davis in the air. She's got it there on the play. She was calling it the whole way. And, of course, the pop-up dance, not an easy dance to do in Northern California. And here, no exception whatsoever. Good play by Davis for the second out of the inning. Here now is Tyler, the left fielder. She's going to square up to bunt. The ball gets behind Bowie on a pass ball. And Lucerda is going to dive into third.
That was pretty funny at third base. So it was a pass ball, so Lucerda knew she was safe, but she decides to slide in, and she doesn't reach the bag. She was sliding in, and her fingertips just barely couldn't reach, and she was, like, trying to wiggle over to touch the base. That was a funny little moment over there.
Grounded over to third base. Gilbert back to first. Good scoop there by Henry. And Henry, who's had a couple of issues trying to make picks at first base today. No issue there. Not as routine as the Renegades wanted it to be, but that's a 5-3 put out regardless. They put up a 0 in the top end of the first, now the bottom end of the first. And the lineup that Julie gave me, she said, this is the winning lineup. We'll find out in 30 seconds or less. The pitcher number 1, Allie Vincent, is going to be getting the starting assignment. She's a second base utility pitcher sophomore with a 2-2 record, making her 6th appearance on the season with 30 innings pitched. She's given up 37 hits, 16 earned runs off of 27 total runs, 11 walks to 6 strikeouts, a Ks through 7 of 140, a homer surrendered on the season. The Renegades hit 2 of them in Game 1, looking for similar fortunes here in Game 2. With Gianna Diaz due up in the leadoff spot where she typically is. Let's give you the defensive alignment. In left field, we're going left to right in the outfield, really. Tyler Lucerda, and then in right field, Alim. And then in third, from left to right in the infield, at Gianna Diaz with a base hit through the 5-6 gap before I can even finish the defensive alignment. Ambush tactic there, giving her first base hit of Game 2. And to round off the infield, Seiko at third base, Campbell at short, Matos at second, at first base Hernandez, catcher is Gonzalez, and the pitcher is Vincent. Here now is Lily Roman.
That was exactly what I was hoping to see was ambush. I was almost caught right there for the catcher back behind on a foul bunt, but I was hoping to see ambush from this team, and the ambush tactic, first pitch, second pitch approach without getting into a count really helped them this last game, because I think their kryptonite is honestly getting into a deep count. I mean, there's stats somewhere we have, or you can just probably think about it overall that the Renegades are significantly worse hitters as the count goes deeper.
Naturally so. And down the first baseline is Roman. She's going to be safe there on a infield single. That was perfect. Down the first baseline where the first baseman has to make the play, and you have Gianna Diaz going down the line from first to second, so it kind of puts the second baseman in a tough play because she has to go cover the bag, but then she's also trying to cover Gianna Diaz, who's stealing on the play, and it catches Modesto making a mistake, not necessarily an error, but just a mistake in motion on that play, and allows the infield single to get aboard.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like a hit and run in a sense of you know where the shift is going to go.
Sydney Henry pops it up, and it's right behind us into the bushes.
Yeah, but the Aloney Renegades know where Modesto's going to be at. They know when there's a runner stealing, the second baseman's going to go and cover on that. So as long as Roman gets the bunt down on the first base side, which perfectly was executed right to the first baseman, and with Lily's speed, there's no chance that the first baseman can run up, grab the ball, and tag her in time.
Henry's going to square up to bunt, and it's a good bunt that's going to move up two of the runners, and Henry sacrifices herself on that opportunity. So she bunts,
Number 8.
and she'll be out on a 1-3 put out. Here now is Amanda Dilsaver with two runners in scoring position.
I absolutely love that play call from Julie Marshall over
So
third
do
base.
I.
That I'm so glad to see, because you would think normally Henry would be swinging away and swinging for a big, RBI double possibly. But, I mean, the game comes down to one good play, one good at-bat. And if you can just continue to play small ball and just move them over, then, I mean, that's how you score runs. You don't score runs from hoping your hitter hits a double or hoping they do this. As long as they can execute, score a run here and there, do all these small little itty-bitty small ball plays, you're going to win this game.
Bouncing to the plate there. Good sliding stop by the catcher Gonzalez. Dilsaver does have home run power. We've talked about it before. She would love a double here or better. Grounded over to short. Nice diving play there on the backhand for a 6-3 putout. Roman breaks for a third, and the throw is wayward back to third, so she's going to come around to score. Incredible job there. A 6-3 putout results in 2 runs scored, correction, I beg your pardon, for the Renegades, and they have a 2-run lead early. That's huge. Here now is Kiara Taimani.
That worked perfectly for them. I mean, you're just hoping that Hernandez at first base is going to make that error, and that's exactly what she does. She throws away just barely, and a little miscue, especially with Roman's speed. I mean, I can see why she was rushing the throw and threatening to try to get her out, but Roman's speed, she was going to be safe no matter what.
Yep, and with the E3, the Renegades find themselves in the lead. Up the middle and a base hit there. Get some oohs and ahs from the crowd by Kiara Taimani to have a runner to threaten with here with 2 out. Here now is Gilbert.
Yeah, that was a great swing. Straight up the middle. Straight up the middle. Almost took the pitcher's head off. But, I mean, that was a great swing. Again, the early jump counts that are just aggressive and not getting herself into account. I mean, Kiara this last game got herself into long counts and long at-bats that resulted in outs for her. So being able to jump early gets them a nice, significant, start and keeping this momentum and ball rolling.
And Cameron Gilbert takes inside there, gets a bunch of oohs from her family who are sitting here to our right. And Kiara Taimani had a base hit in her first opportunity in Game 1. Similar fortunes here in Game 2. Base hit in her first opportunity. Sam Bowie on deck. Gilbert takes inside and bounces away from Gonzalez. So Taimani's going to move up to second there uncontested and be in scoring position for Cameron Gilbert now. And Cameron Gilbert, we also mentioned her front foot, which is her left foot. She took a really sharp line drive to the foot in inning 7 of Game 1. And so glad to see that she's still out there powering through it. Up the middle there at short, diving play, and it goes through the glove. So coming around to score is going to be Taimani. Gilbert breaks for second, no throw. Gilbert gets a double. This is a huge inning for the Renegades.
This is just textbook, picture-perfect execution, and what's also helping is Modesto's having mental errors out there. Sure, they only have one error on the field, but it feels like 3. Because on that play right there, that's a simple execution of a ball comes in from the outfield, and you know they're going to score at home. So hit your first baseman as a cutoff, and if the runner breaks for second, throw to second. But the pitcher was actually in the way of Hernandez, the first baseman, and that gave Gilbert just enough time to be able to run over to second on the misplay, and the catcher couldn't make a throw.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, it's just, like I said, for Aloney, the emphasis is Sam Bowie to between the 5-6 gap for her first base hit of the season. My goodness, the Renegades with their ambush tactics. Really great approach early here. Here now is Logan Pagsalingen. I was going to say Sam Bowie had yet to get her first base hit. That's her first through 8 opportunities. And also what we were talking about to echo about the mistakes and the mental errors, it's making good decisions with the ball in your hands. That's what we were talking about with the Renegades, which was the main culprit of the loss in Game 1. And right now, the main culprit of the deficit for Modesto here in Game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, what a time for a first hit, huh? Like, you're 0 for 7 coming into today, and you're definitely feeling bad about it because, I mean, she's played 8 games, only had 7 appearances, and I mean, gotten out and not recorded a hit. So getting a chance to get your first hit in a time where the ball is just rolling, everyone's hitting, and you have one of the hottest hitters, if not the hottest hitter of the day, up to bat right here with 2 on.
Logan Pagsalingen with her first homer of the season in Game 1, looking for similar fortunes here in Game 2. Outside on the 1-1 delivery, and it's called for a ball, so it's going to be 2-1 now. 2 out here in the inning. The Renegades already with 1 run scored with 2 out. 3 total here in this first inning, making the score 3-0. They would love a chance to keep piling it on. Here comes the 2-1 home. It's in there for a strike. That was a pitch that Logan Pagsalingen wants back.
I was just going to say that's exactly the pitch she does not want to take, and she wants that back. Must have been thinking something a little bit different or just wasn't prepared for it because that's a pitch knowing Pagsalingen she's going to swing at.
Vincent kicks in, deals her 2-2. Swung on and miss on a pitch up and in, and breaking for first there to try and run out the drop third strike was Salingen, not in time, so that'll end the inning. But the Renegades able to push across a total of 3 runs here in this home half of the first. We'll head into the top end of the second. 3-0 Renegades lead. We are back here in the home half of the second inning. The Renegades find themselves in the lead 3-0 right now. And right now the focus is just make good decisions with the ball in your hands. I mean, really, honestly, the old football mantra, that's really something that we say in football more often than we say in baseball or softball, but it's true. The Renegades with 4 errors, they left 6 on the shelf because of a play that was not an eligible play downfield. Kiara Taimani had the rare 2 errors in 1 play that luckily was called back. That honestly, truthfully here, folks, kind of brought a tear to my eye because Kiara Taimani, who plays shortstop, is an incredible player, an incredible person. It hurt to see her completely fall apart on that play, but it felt really good to know that it did not actually count and it did not actually stand.
Yeah.
So
As much as it probably counted for Kiara.
yes. So grounded over to Kiara Taimani, and she's going to make the shorthanded play there for the first out of the inning. There we go. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear.
Exactly.
6-3 put out for Hernandez. Here now is Vincent, the pitcher.
So Sienna's still rolling well. Not having much problem so far.
Inside there to Vincent. Allie Vincent from Kimball High School in Tracy. A second base utility pitcher combination, as that pitch is a bit high of Bowie. And that's another one where you say, well, at least it came on with nobody on.
Exactly.
Wind steadily dying down, but it will pick up any minute now. It's just the way it is here.
Yeah, the freezing cold feeling doesn't go away, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to be feeling this for the next 2 hours probably.
Yeah, well, we love the fact that it's 50. We just don't love the fact that it's 20-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
2-0 to right field. Roman's there. She makes the play. This is huge for the Renegades so far. Early, seemingly, with the game in their hands, it feels like. Plenty of time for that to change. Here now is Michaela Alim. My goodness.
I don't know if this is just a me experience, but I crack my fingers a lot. Like, that's just natural. And whenever it's cold, it literally feels like I'm cracking a freight train across my fingers with how much it's painful but also relieving at the same time. And I can never tell if they've fully cracked or not.
Taimani in the hole and makes the play. A 6-3 put out in a 1-2-3 inning for the Renegades. When we come back, it will be Vigil, Diaz, and Roman due up. And we'll be back in 30 seconds after this quick break. Ohlone College softball live from the Runyon Complex on the Fremont campus, Aloney Athletics YouTube channel. Sienna Vigil to lead it off here on the Fremont campus of Ohlone College. And Fremont, of course, as we mentioned in Game 1, ranked nationally as the #1 city to live in, to be happy.
And I believe that's either the third year in a row or fourth year in a row.
Fourth year in a row. And that was actually, funny enough, the city of Fremont reported that back in 2024. And in 2025, it was ranked, so that would make it 5 years in a row, #1. And then now this year, it's not long enough into the year to say 6 in a row, but currently the trend is a 6th in a row.
Yep. And in case you missed out on the beginning of our talk about this in the broadcast earlier, Cleveland, Ohio was the unhappiest place.
Vigil out to left field, pretty deep out there, but in play. The wind is still blowing out to left field, so anything in the air and you're going to think it has a chance. So here now is Jayana Diaz. Jayana with a single in the first inning that enticed a 3-run first inning for the Renegades.
She's looking to continue her good fortunes here. She's been a strong powerhouse in the box. I mean, the 259 average doesn't say anything at all to her ability in the box. She's a run producer, and when she has the ability to take the lead and be a leader in the box, she does every single time.
To right, this is going to be a tough play, and it's off the glove at second base by Matos. A good effort by her, but Diaz with a double there, and she will keep her good day going. That is her 4th base hit of the day in these 2 games.
Number 14.
That's something great you want to hear. This is great coming from a perspective of me and you, Armando, who've watched all their home games and seen the frustrations in this team, and from us too, about not getting on base when you can and you have the ability to. And 6 hits already in only an inning and a third. That's amazing already. That's more hits than they've had in doubleheader days.
And this is up the middle by Roman. She's going to beat the throw again. Another infield single by Roman, and the runners are at the corners now for the Renegades with none out.
Again, it just highlights her speed. It's incredible. I mean, in high school, she led her team with 11 stolen bases, and that was more than her whole team combined. And she's showing her speed off here. It's just so incredibly amazing to see how quick she is. And I mean, that wasn't necessarily a great bunt either. If you put it in logistics, it was directly right at the pitcher in the middle of the field.
But it was weakly grounded back up to the pitcher, and it was in between the distance between the catcher and the pitcher, so it was a tough play for anybody. And if the pitcher didn't get there, which Vincent didn't get there in time, Lily Roman with her good speed was able to beat it out. And so, I mean, for Vincent, she really even didn't make that bad of an effort. She gobbled it up as quickly as she could and made a strong throw back to first, just not in time. Roman breaks for second on a snapback throw to third, and she's going to be safe. So it's a stolen base for Roman, but they snap back through it to Diaz, who is a 4th best stealer in the coast, and trying to get her back to the bag to not allow her to score. So now 2 runners in scoring position for Sydney Roman, and she fouls that one back just out in front of that rise ball.
You know what I'm wondering, too, this game, I mean, granted, last time this play was called, it didn't work out very well for them, but I'm wondering if a suicide squeeze or a safety squeeze might be in play with the ability of, I mean, everyone's getting their bunts down this game, so maybe to manufacture some runs, play some small ball, bunt it here and there.
Well, with 2 strike, I would imagine that's
definitely not
probably
this at-bat.
not going to happen in this at-bat, but something to note for later, potentially.
Yeah, I just wonder if at some point when there's a runner, maybe no outs runner at third, 1 out runner at third, it's just kind of maybe in the playbook.
A lot of times when you say certain things during broadcast, they later happen, Bodie. I've noticed that. 2-2. Grounded and fouled to the left side.
But the only reason I would say that wouldn't happen is because of the previous squeeze attempts, and that did not go well. I don't think we need to remind anybody about that. That was the day where we were split up, actually. I was up broadcasting baseball, and Armando was down here for softball.
Yeah, that was a frustrating play to see down the line.
Yeah.
2-2, here it comes home from Vincent. High and outside, and Sydney Roman has the count full with Amanda Dilsaver in the deck.
I just heard you say Sydney Roman.
Sydney Roman, wow. How about that? Sydney Roman, I hope you didn't hear that. Here it comes, 3-2. Henry to the right side. This is going to score a run. 4-3 they go, and it's a RBI ground out.
I mean, I'm shaking my head in approval. That is an amazing at-bat. You can't ask for more. She worked the count from, I believe, 0-2 or 1-2 something, and it went from a really bad hitter's count to a medium hitter's count in a way of 3-2. You never know what's going to happen, and all you got to do is put it in play. She's had 2 extremely productive outings here at the plate so far.
Dilsaver to right and fouled, and you know what? Here's an interesting thing about the Sydney Roman thing. Here's an idea for Ermi. Ermi, do the Instagram trend where you take 2 pictures of the girls and see what their kid would look like. Ermi, that would be amazing. That would be the easiest. That Be the easiest Instagram post of your life.
Easiest content ever.
Easiest content ever. She listens to these games, so she's probably gonna do it. She's probably gonna laugh at me when when she hears this.
Honestly, shout out in general. If anyone here follows the Aloney softball Instagram, she puts in a lot of effort on those. There are edits of the players made in and little highlights of them. I mean, it's really cool to see.
0-2 coming home to Dill Saver. She fouls this one off to the left side. Yeah, I'm wondering how she got the bat to the ball there because it was.
Say that.
I mean, that thing was like maybe an inch or two of taking off her grill.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was a quick swing of the bat on the inner half, and I mean that was just quick hands, quick hips, everything.
0-2, getting ready to come home to Dill Saver, the second one of the at bat. She fouls it off again. Third one coming.
This is something so far that I think the Renegades haven't done at all, which is fight really well in two-strike at-bats. Maybe they'll have a foul or two, but then strike out the next pitch. And so far we've seen in both games today just all of today, we've seen great at-bats from every single Renegade out there, taking the right pitches as he just did on a high fastball and fouling off the correct ones that are close to being a strike that you know you can get a piece of and continue the at-bat.
So the count now is 1-2 as that rise ball from the 0-2 count was too far inside. 1-2 coming home. Oh, got her looking. That was an incredible pitch by Vincent. An incredibly clutch pitch to end the inning with. And a backwards K of Amanda Dill Saver. Well, Modesto has their work cut out for them. They trail by 4 as we head to the third. 4-0 Renegades off of 7 hits and no errors defensively for Modesto. 1 error, 1 hit, no runs.
All right, folks, welcome back to Runyon Field here at Fremont campus with your second game of a doubleheader between the Aloney College Renegades and your Modesto Junior College. We have a competitive game so far, definitely taken over by the Renegades, commanding out the gate. I mean, Modesto, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and the Renegades, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. And that kind of continues to harp on what we were talking about the errors need to be limited and the excessive big plays from Modesto need to be stopped as well, and that's exactly what's going on. Vigil's pitching a pure amazing game so far, only giving up 1 hit and I believe only 1 or 2 base runners in total. And yeah, only 1 base runner with 1 hit, so you can't really ask for much more here as the 2-0 comes in, kicks and deals. High
Just
call
missed.
for ball 3. So 3-0. This is somewhere Vigil hasn't seen herself much this game. And looking for something over hard of the plate. I don't know how much Modesto Junior College will be a green light here. Yep, this take all the way it looks like for strike 1. Gonzalez looks 3-1 coming in. Foul ball right side. Almost stayed fair. I can't say that was necessarily the wind because it's blowing in reverse way.
Yeah, and I mean, it kicked about maybe 5 feet to the right of the chalk. So, fortunate for the Renegades because, I mean, in that corner, it could potentially have been a triple.
Yeah, if that lands, I mean, all of Modesto has great speed, and who knows how many bags she could have gotten. 3-2, big pitch here. Here's the pitch. Ball 4, high and away. So doubling Sienna's runner count so far with a leadoff walk.
And you'd love to see a little bit more of a competitive pitch there, but for Sienna, I mean, 2 base runners now through here in the third, and yet to get it out in the third. It's definitely nothing to complain about for the Renegades. This has so far been the most complete beginning 2 innings to a game on the mound for the Renegades.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this, the first ever time watching an Aloney Renegades softball game, call strike for the 0-2. If this is your first time watching a game, you think you're looking at a probably a 10-2 or a 9-3 team right now. But I mean, they're coming in 0-12, but it's not necessarily such a big number. Ground ball right side, just kicked off. Throwing to third. Here's the play. Sliding in. Tag. Got her at third base. Trying to stretch out a second bag out of that off of a play that I'm confused on where the choice of sending her there was decided, but great throw over to third base and a great tag by Gilbert as she was trying to evade the tag.
And Sydney Henry at first base, she tried it with the bare hand at first base on that ground ball. And, I mean, not my first choice personally, but that's an incredibly tough play for her to try and make. It kicked off of her right hand and kicked over to Davis, who had a chance to make a play, but good. Again, we were talking about making good decisions with the ball in your hands. That is what the Renegades have done so far. That was a moment there where you thought to yourself, oh no, here comes the mistake. And the Renegades staying poised, making a simple throw to third base, simple throw and catch, and a simple tag to get the lead runner. That was huge.
Yep, that was. Pop fly, shallow, second base leading in, Davis under it for route number 2. So very productive out so far. I mean, Sienna's had 2 runners on base in this inning, but I mean, you can't ask for much more. She's not giving up hard hit balls. Everything's been very simple. I thank you for correcting me on that last call. The pillar on my right completely blocked Sydney. I had no idea what happened there.
And I was surprised that she went with the bare hand there.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the world?
You have a first baseman's glove that's double the size of a normal glove. How are you?
And it's not like it's a baseball where you can get a grip around
that would have been
it.
impressive.
It's tough to try and grip it barehanded.
Bunt straight back to Sienna. Easy play. Throw to first. Got him for 3 outs. So very productive inning so far from Vigil. You can't ask for much more. She's executing exactly what we've been talking about. Great pitching, putting up zeros on defense, and if you're going to put up zeros for 7 innings, you win the game. I mean, the Renegades, instead of being in run rule trouble as they usually are, they might be putting Modesto in run rule trouble if they can continue to do this.
And for the putouts for that inning in particular, you're going to have a 4 to 5 putout for the first out. The second out, a fly out to second base, so an F4, and then a 1 to 3 put out for the third out.
Yeah, so we'll see how the Renegades can rally up and continue to put some runs on the board, hopefully for them, for their good morale. And the Vigil's on a high right now, so the more she can continue to execute on the mound, the more momentum the Renegades get. And we'll be back in about 30 seconds. Actually, not 30 seconds. We'll be back right now. So here's Kiara Taimani, number 25, coming in at shortstop. Looking at a 4-0 lead for her, and she had a rough game last game. Not the best fielding percentage for her. Lots of errors, lots of mental mistakes. I mean, if you were marking down mental mistakes as errors, you could probably mark down about 8, is what it felt like. It wasn't that high, but it felt bad.
And an incredible highlight of her as a competitor.
Fly ball left side, corralled in for out number 1.
To finish my point, incredible highlight for her as a competitor is that if you were watching this game completely independent to what happened in Game 1, you would think to yourself, "Hey, this player is incredibly tough. This player is an incredibly good player." But then now you understand that There were 2 physical errors and a number of mental errors committed by Taimani, and she's now coming out here and playing as well as she is in Game 2. It's highlighting the mental toughness of a player.
Yep, exactly. As Cameron swings and misses on that first offering there. I love the aggressiveness. Gilbert coming out knowing she's a power bat and knowing she can put the ball in play to harm Modesto, but that off-speed just kind of fooled her a little bit out in front. That's definitely something we've seen Gilbert struggle with a little bit more, is the off-speed taking off on her swing as the 0-1 comes in for a ball outside.
And Cameron Gilbert is a player yet to be able really to show it, but one of the strongest hitters on the team, pound for pound at least.
Yeah, she could take a ball on the inside part of the plate, coming in slow as it swing and miss on there on the 1-1 delivery. That one makes you jump. That one makes you excited when you see that ball floating in there. But again, it's the slower off speeds she's been struggling with overall that results in just a little bit too early, maybe pulling the head, maybe getting excited. And
Front foot could be coming down a little too soon, too.
You can't blame her. 1-2, ball high for ball 2. So this is a great at-bat. I don't know if I could say there's been a bad at-bat this game. Out of the many hitters the Renegades have had through 2 and a third innings of home half here, it's been competitive. Everybody's shown their presence. Everybody has wanted to be here. Strike 3 in the dirt. Ball out in front, throws a first. Got her a first, 2 down.
And shout out Cal Fire, who has a helicopter flying pretty low here.
Interesting.
I hope there isn't a wildfire anywhere close.
Yeah, that is low.
But
it's almost like perching, kind of not right in front of us, but it's going straight away from where we're at. That is what? That is south?
yeah, that would be south.
Yeah, southeast, southwest, going down south. No, it's flipping a Yui.
Well,
bag up.
well, that's not good. That if it is circling around us, that would mean that there's a grass fire somewhere near us that it's trying to locate.
Let's hope it's not coming towards us.
Yeah, let's hope not.
But the wind is blowing away from us, so even if it was near us, the wind would catch and fly ball, shallow left side. Wind's pushing it out. A little pop-up dance, but under it for out number 3. So on paper, you might not see a very productive inning, but good at bats. Even though you have a 0 on the scoreboard in the third, it doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. You've had a good at bat, good 3 at bats, putting bat on ball. So we'll take a little 30-second break here as we see the Renegade staff come out to take some ground balls, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds or so. Welcome back here, folks, to the top of the 4th inning. This is a quite stark contrast to the game we had earlier, where that game, if you joined us late, lasted 3 whole hours. Went from about 12:07 first pitch to about a 2:50 game time end. So about 3 hours of gameplay, which is the longest game we've seen here at Runyon Field, the basin of Mission Peak here at Aloney College in Fremont.
And I would also go to venture to say one of the longest games that we've seen in school history in regards to softball.
Could be, yeah. I mean, when you have a 7-inning game, it's never reached 3 hours. That's the baseball. Line drive, center field. Logan cuts it off, fumbles a little bit, but cuts it off, throws it in quickly just for a single. It's a good piece of hitting. That's a good contact. That's something you don't want to see as a pitcher or as the defense, because you know that they're starting to pick it up a little bit. And you have a pretty good group of hitters coming up next. I mean, on deck, number 14, Hernandez, she's been on fire this game and the last game too. Basically, every time you see her up, she's probably getting on base, which is impressive.
And Matos, a tough out for the Renegades entirely. She gets that center field base hit there.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler now hitting also a tough out for the Renegades defensively.
Yeah. 0-1, here it comes. Slow off speed. And number 13 on first base, she's running. And it makes you wonder, maybe Sienna's going to try to not necessarily pitch out, but throw something a little harder to give Bowie, the catcher, the little more advantage that she needs to throw out this runner here. As Modesto's really kind of walked all over the Renegades defense. Shallow fly ball over to Caden at second base. Pop-up dance, but catches it for out number 2. Or 1, excuse me.
I mean, has Caden Davis had an easy play?
No.
Over at second base.
There
Every
will-
play, it seems like she's doing the pop-up dance, and it's very tough for her.
There will never be an easy play. I mean, it's the right field category over there. Oh, ground ball. Shortstop. Going to 1. Got the out of Hernandez at first. So I think turning 2 would have been ideal there, but the runner had gone. So it wasn't necessarily a hit and run, but it ended up being a hit with a runner going. And that was a great pickup, as, just in the side view mirror of her eyes there. Kiara realized there was no play at second. Davis probably couldn't range over to the back in time to even make a play at second. So easy out at first base, and now all you got to do is worry about a runner at second.
Nice pick there by Bowie to not allow another pass ball or even a wild pitch there.
Yeah, that's something that's been kind of a problem for the Renegades. I mean, those don't show up as errors, but I don't know how many times, Armando, you've marked down pass ball or wild pitch for the Renegades in this last game.
Double digits, I feel like, has been
Yeah.
the number more often than not, and
Yeah,
that's
it's-
not something that you want when you add up pass balls and wild pitches
Yeah,
together.
that's something you never want. I mean, that's something that, honestly, that's kind of a big what am I trying to say? A difference in a good level to an elite level is once you get higher in the rankings of softball and baseball, you rarely see pass balls, you rarely see wild pitches because everyone's just so honed in. And that's something, if the Renegades want to continue, 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. But the Renegades are asleep over on the battery, and I mean, extreme delayed steal. That was something that I've seen out of Brandon Phillips, a legendary runner on many teams, but the Pirates, I think, is his primary team, as that ball is fouled to the right side, making it a 3-2 count.
And it's also worth noting that with 2 out, I mean, at least for Sienna Vigil's case, just focus on the batter. You get the out here and you're out of the inning. But for the Renegade infield, a mistake.
Yeah, I think the biggest critique from Julie Marshall will be, why wasn't anyone saying anything? Where's the noise? She was already on third when we heard anybody say something. Ground ball up the middle for a base hit that will score a run. So there's the first run across the board for Modesto. Great piece of hitting, especially, I mean, you can single-handedly count that as the runner's run right there. That was manufactured perfectly from the runner. There was amazing base running going on. And the way to pick up that delayed steal and realize the Renegades were partially asleep was just exactly how that run got manufactured.
Vincent
As the runner goes again, and it's a free stolen base. So Modesto Junior College has been walking all over the Renegades defense in runs, specifically in stolen bases and delayed steals. It's just been all day like this. And that, I mean, every game we always fly ball center field, Paxton and ranging back, calls off everyone for the third out of the inning. So a great way to shut that inning down. That could have been a hard, long inning for them, but made it quite simple. Easy out of the next header, and we're on to the next inning.
And it's also worth noting, too, that, we talk about mental mistakes that don't go down as errors. That, by the infield right there, allowing the run to score on the stolen base of third base is one of those mental errors. So Renegade's going to have to try and steal that run back somehow. We'll be back in 30 seconds after this break.
Welcome back here, folks, to Runyon Field here with the game between the Renegades and Modesto Junior College.
Number 5.
We have
Sienna
Vigil, Diaz, and Roman up for the Renegades here, with Vigil leading it off, and Vigil putting up a great pitching performance. Not much more you can ask for, really, with her on the mound. She's pitched a lot. It was Paxilinian to start the beginning of the game 1, and she got taken out pretty quickly for Vigil, and Vigil's back in pitching through now 4 innings, only giving up 3 hits and a run. So, I mean, you can't say perfect, but for this team in this season, this is practically a perfect outing for her.
About as close as perfect as you can ask for.
Another foul bunt straight through the legs of the catcher. That's 2 now that have been like that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, Gonzalez would like it to go in between the legs and not do any damage than she would to
Exactly.
hit her anywhere and do any type of damage, whether it's just a bone bruise or whatever. Foul back to the left side.
Yep. Oh, 2 here. Decently important at bat because you want to start off strong, especially with Vigil, who she is. 0-2. Ground ball left side, fielded by third baseman. Strong throw to first. Ranging off the bag is 14 Hernandez, but just pulls it in for a good play at first base.
Yeah, it's an incredible pick right there. And good balance, and that's a tough play to make, but huge play to make.
Yeah, she gives her team a little tongue waggle, showing her energy of making a good play at first. So now here comes Diaz here, and we know her to be a huge bat. She's one of the best hitters on this team, looking for something to extend this inning and get a runner on board after a decent at-bat on that last swing, but, you know, a good swing, but nothing to say for it. But Jayana looking for something big here.
Yet to be retired with a double and a single in this game.
Perhaps on pace for a cycle.
Yeah, toughest one still on the shelf, though.
Yep.
Got to get a round tripper and a triple.
Yep. If you were to pick, what would you say would be the hardest today?
Triple, because
For sure, I agree.
I think you hit more home runs than you get triples if you're a typical player.
Diving play at short on the weak little line drive. I mean, what a play by the shortstop.
Campbell not in the lineup, but playing at short, and that's the reason why she's there, because she plays good defense, and she shows off why. Diving play there. We've seen a lot of those diving plays. The ball squirts out of the glove of both Modesto and Aloney College
It's
today.
happened a lot.
It's happened constantly all day long. And so very quickly here, we got 2 out with Lily Roman up.
So here's Lily Roman, who had a very big game in the first game, got an RBI or 2, and had a lot of hits, got on base a good amount of times, shown off her speed with a lot of the bunts kind of going straight back to the pitcher or straight in front of the catcher and just beating it out like nobody's business.
Lily Roman with 4 hits today, 2 in this game, 2 singles, and 2 in game 1. She was 2 for 5.
That right there with off-speed pitches is kind of the kryptonite for Lily and hitters who do the slap approach. They can't stop their motion because they're running forward so much. 0-2, here it comes, ball outside. But, I mean, if you watch a slap hitter and a hitter who starts out running out of the box, there's no possible way for them to eat a off-speed and pause their motion to be able to swing. And that's kind of their kryptonite is off-speeds, as she lines that straight back to the pitcher to make the 1-3 putout. So nothing to show for the Renegades in the bottom of the 4th. That's 2 innings in a row of not really much competitive play with a 3-3 down to both innings. So now we're going to take a break for about 30 seconds, and we'll be back with you. Welcome back, folks, to this honestly reverse of a game as game one. You could say, I could say thrilling, but thrilling is in a defensive and a pitching performance way. It's practically a pitcher's duel. The Renegades have 4 runs in the first 2 innings and have been silent since then, and Modesto's slowly cooking it up. They were silenced for the first 3, but put one up in the 4th and threatening with more as they continue this inning right here with the 0-0 pitch. Strike one over the heart of the plate. So Vigil taking a time to step off the mound, collect her thoughts, resign. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, left side. Raining through her backhand under the glove of Timani for a base hit through the 5-6 hole as the Modesto crowd lights up a little bit, tries to pump their team up, get them excited to be here and excited to hopefully try to win this next game. Manager calls time here, maybe looking for a substitution, I think. Yep. There will be a pinch runner over at first base.
And it was worth noting also that Gonzalez was part of that 3rd inning where she was picked off going from 2nd to 3rd on the 4-5 infield single.
And that might maybe solely be a reason she's getting taken off of the base paths right here.
Could potentially be. And unfortunately, my computer decided to turn off by itself, so I can't tell you who it is at first base. I'll get you that in a minute.
Runner goes, throw down a second, not in time. So again, I mean, we're adding on to the list of stolen bases today.
That's Valencia, who just stole the bag.
Yeah, Valencia, as well as everybody else on this team, has been a base-stealing threat every second they're on the base. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Valencia takes off her 3rd the way she is, and she goes. Covers over 3rd, throw not in time yet again. So even with Gilbert crashing in and Kiara covering 3rd, throw not really on line and just to the right, and that's another stolen base. I mean, that right there shows you exactly why teams can capitalize in innings off of the Renegades, because if you have an ability to throw runners out or an ability to keep them on base, you're not going to be giving up runs. Line drive. Ground ball to Tiamani. Throws his first. Throws back to home. Caught in a pickle. Running back to 3rd. Spiked the throw over to 3rd base, and the runner will come home with no throw. Oh, how frustrating for Bowie there. That was perfectly executed by the Renegades by Kiara. What a play. Sure, she might have popped her head up a little bit, said, "Happy birthday, here's a present for you" on the pick, but threw a strike to first base, and Henry knew where to go out of that. Threw directly to home and caught the runner, 10 feet in front of the base. And turned around and went for a pickle and just spiked it away.
And it's just making good decisions with the ball in your hands. That's going to go down as an error. And that was the one thing that we were talking about, is making good decisions with the ball in your hands. I mean, I know that that's a football euphemism, but it's being used here in this situation because that's what caused the Renegades to lose game 1, largely.
This is quite literally panning out to be a horrendous inning for them. This has been an extremely quick game compared to the last game. We're already in the top of the 5th, only about an hour and 20 in. Not even that, probably only an hour in. And she hits her. I mean, that's 3 pitches in a row, the exact same location, but this time number 10 knew not to get out of the way and get on base, because any base runner right now with how the Renegades are playing is sounds like it's going to be a run. As Armando, my partner, was just saying, with our whole point and the reason the Renegades were winning this game was that they weren't making bad mistakes. I mean, you can't mark it down as an error all the time because it's mental mistakes. It's knowing exactly what he's been saying. It's knowing where to throw the ball, how to take care of the ball. Excuse me. But right now, in this inning, they're not taking care of the ball well.
Lucierda, who was batting from the left side,
runner goes, no throw.
Is now batting from the right side. Runner went in safe.
Oh, so we have a switch hitter on our hands.
I guess so.
Maybe if I were a betting man, I'd say this is because of the wind, and it's easier to pull, and it's easier to get a result here as a hitter. I mean, even from the left side, I don't know if she got out. Runner breaks but pauses halfway through. Is it a ball thrown in the dirt but blocked by Bowie?
And at this point, if you're Modesto, I mean, especially if I'm head coach Donnie Donaldson, I would tell my team, you know what? You need to put the pressure on the Renegade defense because they are the ones making the mistake. So run on them. If you feel like you are gonna entice a mistake, then run on them. And there it is.
Ball thrown away as on a sack bunt, trying to move over the runner. Ball thrown to second, and they got her. What a play by Lily Roman over there in right field. Way to back up the play. And, I mean, be aggressive on knowing the baseball IQ, knowing where to throw the ball and get the play out at second. So, granted, they did give up a run. They gave up another mental mistake by a bad throw to first base, but ended up getting the out.
And, yeah, so what that's going to be is that's going to be an E1 on Vigil on the throwback to first base. But a good job by Roman on the 9-4 put out for the second out of the inning and keeping the potential tying run off of second base. So that was huge by the Renegades. But again, here saying, if you're Modesto and you're on the base paths, entice the throws because the Renegades are making the mistakes, and you just put the pressure on them. If you're the offense, you put the pressure on the defense.
And so far, as Modesto reading what the catcher's been doing, Sam Bowie has not thrown out a runner this season. And that's something to be said with the fact that fly ball, center field, Logan ranging to her left, calls it off, and she's got her third out of the inning. It's a great way to close out this inning that could have been disastrous. I mean, it was just because of the Renegades fielding. There was nothing else to be said about it. It was simply just the errors, mental errors, and errors on the throws that costed those 2 runs. But hopefully they can translate this anger of bad defensive decisions out into their bats and put up some runs here. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds. So here we are back at Runyon Field with Sydney Henry leading us off, who has had a productive game. She's doesn't have much to show for herself on the stat sheet specifically if you guys are taking stats at home, but her presence with her bunt and her sack ground out has been the reason they have 2 of their runs here.
Yeah, I was going to say in the first inning she had a bunt that moved up 2 runners on a 1-3 put out and moved up Diaz and Roman, and both of them later came around to score. And that was largely because of an E3 on the Modesto defense. And errors is the point of emphasis in this game. 2 errors for 2 runs scored for the Renegades. Well, two errors for 2 runs surrendered by the Renegades, and 1 error for 2 runs surrendered by Modesto.
Yep, and I mean that is something you don't want to hear, simply because if you're giving up 2 runs off of 1 error, who knows what's going to happen next? So, I mean, you could give up another error, and that'd be 3 runs in an inning because it's a bad throw with bases loaded. Fly ball, deep left field, ranging back, caught over the shoulder by the left fielder.
Some thought that was going to get out.
Just not enough pop in the bat by Sydney Henry there. Great play by the left fielder, ranging to her left, knowing the presence of the wall, and just sticking her glove out right when it was needed to make that first out of the inning. Now here comes Amanda Dilsaver, who is a core rock in this team.
Oh, well, coming home, bouncing to the plate.
Ugh, just sneezed aggressively. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, these NorCal allergens are no joke, my friends.
Oh, 1-0, here it comes. Outside for ball 2.
And for Dill Savers, she had a 6-3, but an E3 on the 6-3 allowed a second run to score on that play. As the 6-3 score, Diaz, who was coming from second to third, was attempted to be picked off by Modesto, and that ended up being a wayward throw back to third to score a run. That's a 4-3 put out there.
Ground ball right side. Well played on the glove side. There's been some misplays here and there today in the game for both games, mainly in the beginning, in the first game, with 8 errors combined between the two defenses. And plays like that weren't being made. It was little choppers that they were being misread off the forearm, off the glove, tipping away, which, funny enough, would end up resulting in another error on a throwing error. Ball outside.
Taimani's game offensively looking eerily similar to game 1. A base hit in the first inning, nothing to speak of since.
She seems to be in a lock of first inning wonder and not much after that. Swing and a miss on the off speed on the outside part of the plate.
A little trigger happy there on the outer half.
Yep. I mean, that's, again, we can see quite clearly from being, pretty close to the plate, and you can just tell how early she is and how much their body is pulling out of the ball. They've got to stay low, stay loaded on that off speed. Fastball, ground ball, second baseman fielded cleanly off the first base for the third out of the inning. So clean 1-2-3 inning for Modesto. You love to see that if you're Modesto Junior College, but if you're the Renegades, that's not what you want to see. You started off hot. 4 runs in 2 innings. And then you lead to a scoreless next 3. And if you're looking at that scoreboard, I'm not a math major, but I can see a trend. I'm seeing 0-0-0 in the first 3 innings for MJC. And then I see a 1 and I see a 2. So my only assumption could be this is going to be a 3-run or more inning off of probably some defensive errors, if I'm going to call it. But I hope it's not going to happen. I'm going to knock on wood it doesn't happen. But the Renegades have got to lock in. They've got to dig deep, and they've got to focus up on being competitive, getting the right plays, and extending this game with the lead as long as they possibly can. We'll be back in about 27 seconds.
We're back here on the Aloney College Fremont campus and want to send a by play duties for the last 3 innings.
Anytime.
And that was awesome. That's a cool curveball that we just threw at you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it back at home. Spot, and it's the middle of the order. It's 4, 5, and 6 due up for this Pirates squad as Sienna Vigil starts with a pitch inside, 1-0 the count. Only 1 earned run surrendered here in the top end of the 6th inning for her. Her defense committing an error behind her that later allowed 2 runs to mistakes have been a common theme for both of these teams, not only today but throughout the season. And for the Renegades, they would love to avoid the 0-13 start. They need to hold on for dear life here for 6 more outs.
Yeah, the 0-13 knocking at the door, really. I mean, 0-12 looked like it was going to be 1-11, but then the game, I'm not going to say they gave it up, but it was very attainable, that's for sure.
It was very winnable, and the Renegades did not come up with enough of a performance to earn that win in Game 1, and they do not want to leave this game on the shelf. They have commanded this game from the first inning in their first strike. A good pitch there on the 3-0 delivery to Tyler. Tyler, the left fielder, yet to record a hit in this game, but she was incredible in Game 1. She had a hit and 2 walks, and she came around to score twice as she fouls off her 3-1 delivery to the right side. It's 3-2 now, and Sienna Vigil's looking for her put-away pitch. Sienna Vigil has a strikeout in this game. She had, I believe it was 3, if not 4, in Game 1. This is up to center field and well hit out there. Paxlingen had to come back in, and she lost it. And a throw back to second to try and get Tyler, and it's not there. Oh, my goodness. The defensive mistakes continuing to mar and continuing to pile up for the Renegades.
I really want to talk to Logan at some point after this game and ask what kind of happened there, because she's been locked down in center field. My best guess is it was tracking out to where she was, but then it probably caught heavy wind and died because that was uncharacteristic. She wasn't even close to that ball where she started from.
So it's going to go as a double, and I mean, we'll see what the official score is for it, but I think it should just go down as a base hit. It's a mental error for Paxton Lingen for sure. And here now is Hernandez with the tying run at second in the form of Tyler. And she is going to get about halfway down the line because Taimani is playing halfway down the line at short. And it's going to be up to Davis to try and keep Tyler honest at that second base spot. It's just an important 120 feet for the Renegades here with none out. And that, oh my goodness, hits Hernandez in the head. Don't tell her, though, because she's running to the bag. But hey, now that's something you don't ever want to see.
No, and I think we got lucky. It deflected. It looked like she said a little bit off her shoulder and then touched her helmet just barely. And I mean, she's excited. She's screaming, "Let's go!" down the line, pumping up her team because they know they're down, and this is an unfamiliar spot for them from compared to about an hour ago where they were dominating in the later innings. And top of the sixth, you've got to start doing something here.
Vincent, the pitcher, now hitting for Modesto, and she would love the opportunity here to put her in the line for the win and erase her effort that has so far been a losing effort, though not entirely to her avail. Caught by Paxton at center and a throwback to second, offline to Davis, and the Renegades would have had it in time for the double play.
Wow. That was a complete miscue.
Oh, man.
For the runner at second base. That was completely – I don't know. I mean, I watched her turn around. You did everything you needed to do. Turned around, put your back to the home plate, watched where the ball was going, but she completely misread it. Logan was under that. No doubt about it she was going to catch that ball. Basically 3/4 of the way down the line, had to turn around, wasn't there in
alignment to center field. Tyler is going to get held up. So it's going to be bases loaded.
That's one way to really capitalize on another, not necessarily error, but a place you got back on a throw that Logan had all day practically to throw to Davis at second base and just to the right of her. And it might be a new pitching change here.
Or even just a conference, potentially. We'll see what the decision is from Julie Marshall as Vigil's getting patted on the back by the rest of the girls. And it looks like it's just going to be a mound visit as Gonzalez, the hitter, who is yet to be retired in this game, is up next. Lainey Gonzalez out of Millennium High School in Tracy, California. And she is going to be the one tasked with the chance to try and bring Modesto all the way back here and complete the comeback bid and get them in the lead or at least just tie the game. She's got the go-ahead run at second, the tying run at third, and then her and the runner at first base being Alima would be the insurance.
Yep.
So
and especially the way this team runs the bases, they're all fast. Hernandez is second, can hustle in, and she'll be able to pull in probably on a base hit. She'll be able to score as well. So, and what you're looking at is a base hit scores 2, puts runners at first and second, maybe first and third. And the Renegades can't afford that. There's no world in which they can afford that in this inning.
And so you have to preach here, just be smart with the softball in your hands. And I imagine that's what Julie Marshall was saying, is make a smart decision, make the right throws, make the right plays, and do not panic in this situation. As the 0-0 misses the zone, it's 1-0. Gonzalez awaits her 1-0. Here it comes. In there for a strike.
Yeah, that meeting on the mound wasn't necessarily for Sienna specifically. It was actually probably more catered toward the defense. Julie Marshall knows that this team is not, the Renegades, her team, are not locked in on defense right now.
1-1 in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. So Sienna Vigil heading the count 1-2. The battle of the fives. Number 5, Sienna Vigil. Number 5, Lainey Gonzalez. Here comes the 1-2. Rise ball missing the zone just above the letters.
You know who my bet is on? 5.
You know what? My bet is on 5 also.
5's going to win this
Which
battle.
5? There's going to be a 5 that wins this battle.
Yeah, I could tell you 5 will win this battle, that's for sure.
2-2 coming home. And it's a wild pitch that gets right back into the glove of Bowie almost within an instant. And so everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. It's just a ball, and it's 3-2 now. The
And
full count.
Nowhere to
Levant's
put
at
her.
Full count.
As we always say, nowhere to put her, and this is a spot that she doesn't want to be in.
What's 3 + 2? 5. Here comes inside. Strike 3 called. That is the biggest strikeout of the season for Sienna Vigil. One more to go here, and the batter is Aaliyah Sesma from Oakdale, California, in Oakdale High School, a sophomore righty-righty corner infielder. She takes inside, and it's 1-0.
Statue of a call there by the umpire. Didn't even move a muscle. I think umpires enjoy baiting the crowd a lot. I think that's part of their fun.
The 1-0. Over to Davis, and she makes the play on the fly. The Renegades find a way to get out of the bases-loaded jam, and they will head into the bottom of the 6th, leading by 1. We'll be back in 30 seconds after this break. Wow. We are back here on the Ohlone College Fremont campus. Cameron Gilbert, Sam Bowie, and Logan Pagsalingen all due up here in the home half of the 6th, where the Renegades find themselves in the lead. They have controlled the entire way up until this point and are now looking for insurance heading into the top end of the 7th. The pitcher, number 1, Vincent, having a very solid game in her own right. Her defense surrendering a run behind her with an error. She only has 3 earned runs given up in this game, with a 4th net run responsibility given to her defense on an E3. Cameron Gilbert with her 0-0 delivery fouled it off to the left side and out of play.
Swing of a bat that wanted to be a home run, that's for sure. That was a hard swing, an aggressive swing, but just missed contact, a little bit under it, a little bit early, led to a foul ball over near the dugout.
And so Cameron Gilbert behind in the count 0-1 against Vincent. Allie Vincent from Kimball High School in Tracy, California, bounces to the plate there with her 0-1 delivery. 1-1 the count now. Cameron Gilbert has a decent amount of supporters to our right. I imagine the Gilbert family to our right, if I were to venture to say. 1-1 the count now. Up to left field and deep. Way back there. Bye, baby! Cameron Gilbert with their first of the season. A freshman, her first of her collegiate career from Dublin High School. Right over the 200 sign. Say hello to the communication department in left field. It is 5-3 Renegades. Wow. And we've been saying it for, I feel like for so long. We've been knowing that Cameron Gilbert has home run potential with her swing. She finally gets one across. And I mean, man, super happy for the player, for the person. But What an incredible swing for her.
You couldn't ask for a better time. I mean, that was perfect. You've been shut out for 3 innings in a row. Yeah, you need something huge, and Gilbert with a leadoff home run of the inning, that's exactly what you need. That's a great swing in the bat. She's been due for a home run, I think, all season. She deserves many home runs this season.
And so Sam Bowie now takes a 0-0 delivery that bounces to the plate, and that is now the 4th home run that we've seen today between these these two lineups.
Wow.
My goodness. English, Mondo, I speak it. And this is up to right field. Could be trouble, but a good job converging there on the fly ball.
Now batting, number 2, Logan Pagsalingen.
And so a good job by Alima there. Here now is Logan Pagsalingen. She had the second of 4 home runs that were hit today by both these lineups. But the first for the Renegades, the first of 3. And if line up the middle for a base hit. So Pagsalingen, another base hit for her. And as I was going to say, if you would have told me today, Bodie, that we were going to see 3 Ohlone College home runs, I would have told you, bold-face, you're lying.
Yeah, you must be thinking of the wrong team, is what I would have said. That is incredible. This is a complete flip of a switch that we haven't seen the Renegades do yet ever. They are in a different zone right now, and they're just ready to execute however they need. Home runs, small ball.
Vigil to third base. From 5 to 4, they go back to 3, not in time. But Logan Pagsalingen is out trying to get to second, so it'll be a fielder's choice for Sienna Vigil, and she will be at first base. Here now is Gianna Diaz. So Gianna Diaz servicing as the potential last opportunity for the Renegades here in this 6th, unless she can find a way aboard. Her 0-0, low and inside for a ball, 1-0 the count.
Well, and really, with the Renegades leading, the last opportunity for any at-bat here is with 2 outs. And, I mean, if they can keep this lead, game's over in 3 more outs.
1-0 coming home. Foul back to the screen. Here comes the 1-1. And it is grounded and fouled to the left side.
No, it's not. It's like a...
So it's 1-2 the count now to Gianna Diaz. She would like to try and find a way aboard. This bounces to the plate, and Sienna Vigil, I beg your pardon, moves up to second there. So Diaz with an opportunity to score an RBI. That would be a huge RBI because it would put the Renegades up by 3. And it's up and in. Diaz doesn't really like those pitches in tight, and she does a good job spitting on it there. So it's 3-2. So Diaz awaits from Vincent. Vincent kicks and deals. Inside, and that's ball 4. No, I can't even tell with the call sometimes. It's going to be strike 3. My apologies, folks. So the Renegades will have a 2-run lead heading into the top end of the 7th. They need 3 outs to win. Modesto needs 2 or more to keep playing. We'll be back in 30 seconds. So we are back here on the Ohlone College Fremont campus. 3 outs left in this game here for the Renegades, and 2 runs to score for Modesto to keep playing. It's going to be Sicao, it's going to be Lacerdo, and Matos all due up. And Sicao had a home run in Game 1. She's only gotten aboard via hit by pitch here in Game 2. She takes on the outer half for a ball, and it's 1-0. She had a total of 2 walks and 2 hits in Game 1, and then a hit by pitch. So 3 free passes and 2 hits for her. She bunts down the first base line. It's going to ink foul last second there. As Sienna Visual. No, they're going to call it fair? No. The midfield umpire signaled safe, which threw off everybody, including Modesto. Modesto was celebrating. Oh, he's saying that was a no contact sign.
That confused everybody around here.
Yeah, because
Modesto got live.
He gave the safe signal. I mean, it's a 1-1 count. We'll move on, but yeah, these
weird strike.
These moments are these emotions from the umpires are a bit difficult to understand. We've never had so much difficulty understanding an umpire. So 2-1 is the count now.
And this is the main thing I was worried about right when that weird call happened was a lot of the time something weird goes on for the Renegades defense. They end up kind of collapsing. So Sienna's got to focus in here and hone in on the zone. She's just pitched 2 balls that were not very competitive and a 4th one that was even less competitive.
So the tying run is going to come to the plate in the form of anybody who is hitting now and afterwards, as long as Sicao stays on base. So that'll be her 4th free pass of the day.
Wow. She's got a great eye, understanding where the strike zone is and how to play it. And, I mean, I would bet a lot of money that they're going to run here. They've been doing it all game. The top of the 7th, you got nothing else to lose. You got to put up 2 runs. Just go. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first pitch stolen base.
Well, the reason why runner goes, you are the leadoff hitters because you steal and you can get on base. And she is safe stealing second there. And honestly, for the Renegades, you have to think of it this way. Right now, yes, a big fly can kill you. It can extend this game at the very least, right? But don't worry about the run game as much. Focus on getting outs, as that's down the third base line and foul. And Lucia is going to have to try it again.
That's extremely lucky for the Renegades because this is what they've been doing this whole game. They've been manufacturing runs with a stolen base and a bunt. And with that bunt being so well, that easily could have been first and third with nobody out. With only, Renegades only up by 2. 2 seemed like a great cushion going into this inning, but now I'm a little bit nervous with only 2 runs on the board, or only 2 runs gapping.
1-1 inside, and she's halfway down the line at second, and Bowie does a great job with the ball in her hands to run the runner back to second base. That's something that you don't want to put too much emphasis on, but Bowie did it, played it perfect there on that play.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous there was going to be a throwdown, not realizing no one was covering second base, which I think Davis should have ranged over there, but
foul back to the left side, and it's 2-2. So now Licierda, is going to have to work her way aboard and earn it.
You're going to have to take a swing here. No more button for her.
She wanted to move the runner up to third base to get her in scoring position, at least have a sacrifice chance. With none out, here comes the 2-2. Bounce to the plate. It gets away from Bowie, and on the play, Sicao is going to move up to third.
I will highlight something here. MJC is extremely good at teaching their runners how to read a ball. So this whole entire at-bat, she's been running halfway through the bag, right? Because she knows no one's going to cover second. So she can get back to the second. But once there's a ball in the dirt that just bounces away, she sprints to third with no throw. It's just been reading an extremely well-rounded game.
3-2. Strike 3 called. Another backwards K, a second one of the game, 3rd overall of this game for Sienna Vigil. And so here now is Matos.
Huge strike 3 call there. That was perfectly painted pitch just high enough to where the hitter doesn't think it's a strike, but doesn't understand the zone and where it's at, and it's called strike 3.
Matos 1 for 3 today. And she takes a rise ball that is up and out. 1-0 the count.
I'm not gonna lie. This is the first time I think this has happened all year for me. My heart's beating. I'm getting a little nervous here. This is intense.
This is an incredible way to end what has been an incredible day. In foul territory, could be playable, out of space there for the Renegades.
I think that actually stayed in play somehow, but
it
hit the net.
Hit the net, yeah. So
wow.
the moment it touches the net, it's no longer in play.
I really thought that was going fully out to the stands, but I mean, yeah, that's just unfortunate. An inch more in play, that's out number 2, and this game's almost over. But you never know when there's not necessarily free chances, but a chance to come back from something that could have been an out. It's always a little rough to get around.
And Matos, who's batting at 167 today, she's had a good day at the plate all entirely for her. She's had a walk in 3 hits in Game 1. So she went 3 for 4 in Game 1 and 1 for 3 here in this Game 2 so far with this at-bat waiting for her with a walk on top of that. So incredible day for her, and she takes inside, and it's 3-1 now. Behind her is Tyler. That's Brianna Tyler, and Tyler has a 308 batting, and she is going to be the cleanup hitter and would have 2 runners on if Matos gets aboard. Matos to left. That's going to leak foul, and the count is full.
It's a huge strike for Vigil there. 3-1 count. She hasn't found herself. When she's in a 3-1 count, she hasn't found herself putting the hitter away, getting to a 2 strike, and then getting it out. It's been a lot of walks. So I was very happy that was a pitch to hit that was just inside enough where that probably wouldn't be able to leak fair.
3-2, who wants it more? Matos versus Vigil. Vigil gets the sign. She kicks and deals, and it is popped up. In the center field, Paxalingen's calling. They're converging both. Paxalingen gets it. It's going to be a sac fly. So it's going to make the score now 5-4, but the Renegades 1 out away. A tough play in left center field. Diaz was converging on it. Paxalingen called her off, and luckily for Diaz, she pulled off last second there and avoided the collision. So good job talking out there in the outfield and playing it. And here now is Tyler for the potential last opportunity of this game for Modesto. She takes inside for a strike. And for Tyler, she is pretty much the best hitter. I mean, Lucierra is probably the only hitter that you can argue who is better. Campbell also with 2 homers on the season, but not as much of a batting average compared to our other 2 teammates that I just mentioned. That bounces to the plate. It's 1-1. Brianne Tyler, 308 batting, 387 on base, slugging at 423.
Wow.
1-1 the count. Grounded to the left side and fouled, and the Renegades are a strike away.
That made me hold my breath a little bit when I saw that contact. I know Gilbert's over there, and he can range pretty well to her right side. I mean, she's hugging the line pretty aggressively, but if that just snuck over the bag, that's the runner at second, and you have Hernandez, who's been locked and loaded these last 2 games.
1-2, ready to come home to Tyler from Sienna Vigil. Sienna Vigil gets the sign from Bowie, kicks and deals. It's popped up in the left field. Diaz converging, and she makes the play. The Renegades break the losing streak and finally ink across their first win of the season. Unbelievable. Jubilation here on the Fremont campus. And the happiest city in America has another reason to be even happier. The Renegades with 9 team hits, one of the biggest ones being a home run from Cameron Gilbert in a 5-4 winning effort in Game 2, and a spirited effort by Modesto College. They will end this game with 6 hits, 1 error defensively, and 4 runs scored. That 1 error being huge because that was the 1 run that the Renegades were able to get unearned that ends up being the 1 run to win them this game. Otherwise, this game is continued to be played.
Yep, and same thing with Cam Gilbert's home run. That is the biggest swing of the bat probably today. with just a solo shot to start off the sixth. I mean, you can't ask for anything better. You had to get that solo shot. And if she doesn't swing that bat and that error doesn't happen, this game's over. So this is one of the best performances we've seen out of the Renegades in both games. Both games, solid playing. The errors were the problem in the first one. Second game, only 2 errors to play, which didn't do too much for them. It only gave up, I think, a run, but overall it was great.
Savannah, can you hand me that lineup card?
Aloney.
Right here is the lineup card, folks, in my hands. You cannot see it. That Julie Marshall handed me and said, this is the winning lineup.
She did say that.
She sold me that today. She did not say it. I even kissed the lineup. A little bit of an overshare, but it worked. Finally, the Renegades finally get a win across this season. I'm going to go pick up that lineup card.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest motivation for them. This was a week where they wanted to rack in a win, and losing that first game was such a detrimental blow to them because they thought they had it. And coming in and winning this game, going into a doubleheader with a team on Saturday who they believe they can win more games against, this is the best confidence boost for them.
Yeah, especially for, bats like Logan Pagsalingen, who came in today under the Mendoza line, had a ton of hits. Oh, my goodness, so many hits
What a
today.
day for her.
And a homer for her. Sienna Vigil, a homer for her. And that was unfortunately in the losing effort. But for Cameron Gilbert, in the winning effort, a solo shot for her, and she is jubilated right now to our right side, rejoicing with her family, and rightfully so. It's just been an incredible day today. And I'll go ahead and say it, partner. Best sick day of my life.
100%. There's no reason for any other sick day to be better than this one.
Oh, my goodness. So, folks, that is how we're going to end off the festivities today. The Renegades finally push across their first win with 9 team hits and a homer and 2 errors. For Modesto, 6 hits, an error, and 4 runs scored. And honestly, the errors, both of them giving up runs, and ended up being huge factors for both teams, but the bigger factor being the one error that Modesto made, because that error allowed a run to come across that would not have come across any other way for the Renegades, and then extended the inning in a 2-out rally in the first inning to later score another run in the first inning, putting up 3 runs in the first inning. That was where the game was won and lost for both teams, and won in respective for the Renegades. So, folks, oh my goodness, it feels so good to finally say Renegade victory here at the Runyon Complex. And on Saturday, we have a doubleheader against College of Sequoia, and on Friday, a doubleheader against Siskiyous, with another Saturday doubleheader on the 28th against Porterville. That's what's next for your softball Renegades. For your baseball Renegades, give me just 10 seconds and I'll tell you. At home on the 26th against De Anza, that's going to be the next time we will bring you baseball action here on the Fremont campus of Ohlone College here in February. And then it's full sails off to March and conference play right after that for both softball and baseball. Partner, you got any comments for us?
I mean, not really. The game spoke for itself. This is exactly what we've been preaching this team to do, is play simple baseball. And, I mean, just from the start, on that 3-run first inning, we were complimenting Sydney Henry about putting that sacrifice bunt down and moving people over and getting runs. All they had to do was put runs on the board, and every single player, including Cameron Gilbert, I mean, including everybody on this team, with that clutch home run and the clutch, simple, slow baseball they were playing, or softball, excuse me, the slow softball they were playing, ended up prevailing in the end to result in a win for them. And this is a huge win. It's only up from here. Conference is coming right around the corner. It's knocking on the door. They got a few more doubleheaders before they reach conference, and if they can sneak away 1 or 2, maybe 3 more wins out of these next few doubleheaders, they're going to be at a high, even though their record says 1-12. Who gives a flip? They're feeling high. They're feeling like they're 1-0 right now.
Well, especially when you finally get that first win across. We say it all the time, you get your first base hit, the rest of them fall. You get your first whatever, the rest of them fall. for the Renegades. Hopefully the rest of them fall into place now in regards to the wins. But folks, we're excited. We're happy for this team to finally ink across their first win. We hope this is the first of many more to come. But for Bodie Warden, Savannah Lay, Karina Dosena, Ashika Chandra, and the rest of our staff, I am Armand.